Hey family, how's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Y'all know who this is. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Y'all know what time it is. This is Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation show. You know what? I forgot I changed my name to the Couch Talk. But for some reason, Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation show. That's my song. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation show. That's my song. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation show. Hey, family. Y'all know the drill. Steve Copeland from Baltimore City. Let me say it again, because I say it every time, and about 3 or 4 hours go by. Yesterday, last night, I was on here for about 6 hours. Now, for a lot of y'all that don't know, don't care, don't understand, don't give a freak, look, I'm a community activist. I'm a human rights advocate. I'm a community organizer. I'm from Baltimore City. And to make it real simple, to break it all down for the things that I do, I was born and raised in Baltimore City. I was part of the problem at one point in my life. So today, I am a part of the solution. So basically, whatever that's happening around in our city, mainly in the west side of Baltimore, is where I work with a group of other people that's community activists, human rights advocates. Our goal is to slow a lot of the destruction that's going on in our city. I know everybody is not there. I know that. For some of us, it's an actual calling on our life, you know. And to do what you do, what we do, you putting your life on the line. Another way of putting it, you putting your life on the line. And I know a lot of y'all don't feel like it's worth it, you know, trying to help other people get a hold of their life or get a grip on their life. I know that's not for a lot of y'all. And be honest with y'all, I can't blame you. I can't. Knowing the stuff that I know today compared to, I'm gonna say the way I grew up. You know, when you start out doing the weed thing, the tree is that or the plants. That's a good way to say it. At 11 years old, 13 years old, you drinking. 14 years old, bipping. And between 14 and 15, intervening. So my goal now, with a little over 32 years out of that lifestyle is to go back and help those that I can, or the ones that want to help. Strengthen the community is more like a mission. It's a dream. It's a passion. You know, strengthen the community. The LaTanya D. Copeland House of Hope is my temporary to permanent housing program. What we do, well, what I do, I normally rent property because I can't afford right now to like build my own homes and stuff like that, or programs to put people in. So I have to rent property. If y'all know anything about transitional housing or temporary housing, we normally rent a big facility to do our business out of, unless you have the necessary money to be able to produce your own. If not, then we have to rent property or facilities. It could be a commercial facility, you know, big enough to do the things that we want to do. So that's what a lot of us do with transitional housing. And for a lot of y'all, I do not. Most of the homeless individuals and families that I deal with, they are independent people. They just cannot afford. Because get this thing out your head. When people say they deal with the homeless population, and you think everybody that's homeless coming from out the woods and everything, or why are you charging homeless people somewhere to stay? Well, when transitional is not, the next time you open up your mouth, remember, it's not a shelter. Okay? And most of your shelters that works with the homeless population, they get funding. I don't get funding. And some organizations that does transitional housing or temporary housing, they don't get funding. Some do now, don't get it wrong. Now, mine is independent. So basically, the way I started looking at things and realizing it right, what you say your finger will from last night, you a jerk. I ain't even gonna read your comment, and if you come back again with something crazy, I'm gonna block you. That goes to show you how my finger gonna stick then or stink, you sucker. But anyway, most of your, what's your name? Ancestry. What's your name? My ancestors are. Please don't do that. And you talking about your ancestors. You're a joke. Well, anyway, like I was saying, whenever you hear somebody say they do temporary to permanent housing or they work with the homeless population, the population I work with is independent people. They just cannot afford, you know, or they don't get enough money to afford that $1,100, $1,200, or $1,500 a month rent. So they basically need help, or they're not financially making enough to maintain their household. So those are the ones that I mainly work with. So it's basically getting them in the program, in the housing program, introducing them to the wraparound services that will help them change the quality of their lives. Most of all, say like if you're dealing with trauma, like depression, bipolar, schizophrenic, somewhere along that line. The goal is to get you medicated. If not just get you medicated, I'm starting to meet some people, some more people now that's into what? I always pronounce it wrong. Holistic. They're into that, right? If I'm pronouncing it wrong, y'all know what I'm trying to say. But because I know everybody don't need meds. It's just having somebody to teach them how to properly, like coping skills, you know, and that's what I'm looking at with people that deals with things more in a holistic way. I love it. You know, I love it. If they can teach them the natural and normal way of doing things, but you know, that's more on that spiritual journey as well. So that's where I'm at with that. I do not play. when it comes to people's life. Even though a lot of people, because your life might be a certain way, but everybody life to you is a joke. I understand. I do. I really do. You know. So when it comes to somebody that's trying to, put out information where they're helping people or trying to help people regain a life, and if you come in with your negative comments and interfering with certain things that people say, I know you're not a real healthy person yourself. I know you're not. And I know you need a lot of help yourself. So you ain't fooling nobody but yourself. Mainly when you come on people's stuff with doing it, doing that type of stuff. As far as trying to throw in stuff to throw them off, and that shows me in a sense, and I don't like to say these type of things, but that's not of God. That's not of God. When you feel like you need to come in with your negative comments and all that type of stuff, you can get all the pleasure out of it you want. But guess what? That shows me that how sick you are deep inside of yourself, and you just don't want to address your own stuff. Because nowhere in the world, if I know you on here and you encouraging and motivating people, letting people know that they can turn their lives around and become more healthy, productive people in society, I'm going to embrace what you're doing. I'm not going to sit back and come up like a jerk, right? And then throw things in to throw you off and think it's funny. Mainly when you're talking about saving lives, I don't play that. Or helping people turn their lives around, you know. But I know some people are, that's how they designed. And that's part of good and evil. Let me say that. I know good and evil have its purpose in life. So 9 times out of 10, if you're not helping to embrace the goodness, or if God had worked in your life, or the Spirit, or Mother Earth, Father Earth, however it is, whatever religion you is, if you coming on here and you can embrace and enhance people, that's what you do. If your life has turned around, but if you come on here and you want to throw innuendos and you want to throw people off, that goes to show me just how sick you really are. That's why I observe people. I really do. Because anytime you come in my life, I have to pay attention to you in order to know which way to guide you and direct you. So if you come on my show, and you come up with your bull crap, I know you're a very, very sick individual. And you can lie to yourself, because most of them do, until you get to talk with me. When you get to talk with me, see, my goal is to help you be real with yourself. You can lie to everybody else, but you can't lie to yourself. So to go back to this, the name of my housing program, right? I named it after my sister, the Latanya D. Copeland House of Hope. It's a temporary housing program to put you into a permanent space. Now, in my business proposal, family, I'm God laid it on my spirit to start rehabbing and revitalizing houses to make them affordable for low to income people. Now, I can only speak on Baltimore City for where I'm at, right? Below the minimum, but below the poverty rate is around about 40,000. If you making less than 40,000 a year, you is considered as being low income, below the poverty rate. Well, in Baltimore City, they're doing gentrification, and I read up a little bit more on gentrification, and it was talking about the Freeman. It was talking about in another city, and they called it Freeman's, Tennessee, something like that. But it was some black people. I was going to say melanated, but it was some black people that started building their own city, like the Wall Street, right? The Black Wall Street, and that's been happening all over the world throughout centuries, y'all. Because it started back like 1839, stuff like that, where blacks came together and started creating their own. And that's basically what we're doing today. It haven't gone nowhere. And that's what I realized. Even though a lot of the inner city are becoming like desert towns, or just looking a mess, right? That's the point of us coming back together and building back up in that inner city. Like, this is what I say. The Black Wall Street hasn't gone nowhere. It's there. I live over here near Morgan State in Baltimore City. This is the city. It's just not your hood or your inner city, the ghetto part. But you do have some beautiful places in the inner city. Then you might go 2, 3 blocks or a block or two, and that next block is horrible. Well, the point is you recognize it for what it is. It's just building it back up. So it takes people. It takes real estate investors. It takes I was going to say commercial brokers, but it takes people that wants to rehab and revitalize. You get me? Communities as a whole, and that's what's on my heart and in my spirit, right? Blocks, 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 blocks. So that's right here. That's right here. And the reason why I'm laughing, because I'm trying to focus on the temporary side first, right? Trying to get the temporary side first, get that straight, get the people lined up so we can move them into the permanent housing. So look, the reason why I laughed a little bit, because I'm like, by the time we get finished over here to move them into the permanent housing, I hope they ain't all brought up. You know what I mean? Somebody done brought them up and fixed them up. But the goal is those that do want to transition into being home buyers. And with me, please keep in mind, because somebody said something about me, that I work with women and children. I work with women and children. My mother raised 7 children by herself. So I know how important it is for that woman, if that man is not there, to be able to provide for her children. You know what I mean? So that's why I work with the women mainly. I work with men too, and children, to help the women get, I'm gonna try to keep it simple for y'all because I can talk, right? But the goal is to help them where they can become financially dependent for themselves, independent. You get me? To help as many as we can, not to continue relying on state and government funding. So that means if you have a woman or a mother that's getting a certain amount a month for, I'm gonna say 5 children, 9 times out of 10, I'm sorry, she cannot afford like a $1,500 a month rent by herself. Now she might can. I haven't added it up, but I'm just saying 5 kids. She cannot. So the goal is, if she's on TCA, to help her get to the point that she can become more independent. Now, with a regular job, she still, in my mindset, I have to search deeper, be able to pay 1,500 a month, and then 5 kids. I didn't say nothing about the BGE yet. I didn't say nothing about the clothing yet. I didn't say nothing about the food yet. So the goal is to fix it now. Anybody that's in a career-minded job, a profession, right? I'm talking about like a LPN. Use that as an example, or you're a beautician, you're a nurse, you and call it you're a chef, where you're able to make a good amount of money because it's your profession. So I'm trying to separate the profession, your career minded job, compared to a regular job that will provide the 401k. You get me? Will provide retirement, will provide medical insurance, will provide all of these services, and they even have it for family. Because I drove the tractor trailer for 35 years. So I did not have to depend on, or my wife did not have to depend on social service. You get me? So I understand where any individual now, man or woman, period, a career minded job, right? A professional type job. I understand. Now I'm talking about the women that has children and she doesn't have that man there to help her financially or to help her, period. So I'm talking about the fathers that rolled out, even though keep in mind, child support might have got involved. Child support didn't just accidentally knock on the door. Okay? Then again, let me back that up. Because if you get money from SSI, I mean, if you get money from TCA, yeah, they'll come. They're gonna ask her where you at. I just thought about that. Because their goal is to try to get you to take care of your kids. You ain't gotta like the mother. The mother ain't gotta continue liking the father. But guess what? Y'all laid down and created the child. And then you'll turn around and blame everybody else because you dropped your seed there. And it's everybody else's fault. Each time you drop a seed, and in some cases, if it's strong enough, you ain't gotta drop it. You know that stuff that leaks out, right? Men, I'm just telling you. But the key to it, if it's your baby, if it's your responsibility, take care of it. I'm 63 years old. I can't even tell you if my father living or not. Do you really know how that feels? I feel abandoned sometimes. I'm 63. I'm not a child. Do you know how that hurts? Like, why he never came looking for me? Do I got other brothers and sisters? Is he still living? Y'all, see, if you haven't been there, then you really won't understand what I'm saying out my mouth. As a 63-year-old man, I would want to hold him, hug him like a baby, to hold me. You can't understand that, can you? Because your ego and your pride probably kicked up and said, oh, that's some gay stuff. Why? Because you want love and affection and attention from your dad? And you ain't man enough to still be a man? I got a 22-year-old son. Every time I see him, I hug him. I love you, man. You my hero. So don't come that way. You look, brothers, not being smart. But if you try to come at me with that sucker move, don't do it. I'm a man just like you. I'm a man just like you. I will eat your tail up. And I guarantee you, first thing you say, I'll punch you in your mouth. Come on. I come from that mall. I'm a retired OG. Okay? Come on. Because one thing I was taught, never let your left hand know what your right hand doing. And the thing with a lot of y'all that's much younger, you talk too much. You don't threaten nobody and then walk away. You get me? That's why when people say little stuff to me, I'm like, you don't tell no man no stuff like that. So keep in mind, I said I'm 63, 32 years out of the game. What's his name? Willie D? Oh my God. I'm talking about brothers. If y'all been listening to Willie D, I never met this man, but if he don't remind me back from the days, from me listening to him, I'm like, oh my God, that's OG. And not being smart. I don't know if that's where my design and my taste come from, but I was looking at him with like a blue polka dot shirt or a blue spotted shirt and a bow tie. I'm like, I dress the same way. I dress the same way at 63. And it's not them trying to be like this slicky woo-woo. It's not them trying to be like, it's more like a conservative style to me. And then I like tight fit stuff because I done lost a lot of weight now. So I oh man, when I step in, like I said, and when I looked at Willie D, right, I said, look, and y'all got to understand this too. I deal with a lot of politicians, Democrats or Republicans, right? So when I step in a town hall meeting, or I'm over in Annapolis, or we going to Congress or DC, something like that. Now, mind you, I love looking nice. Not to look like a pimp, not to look like one of them, from back in not to look like that, right? But when I step in, I step. And when I looked at him, I've been looking at him. I'm like, oh my God, if he don't remind me back in the days. And if y'all ever see it, it comes across TikToks from time to time. That man, now I try not to carry that the same way he talked, the way he talked, and the way he would tell you how we was during them times. I hear me. I hear me. We ain't play. We ain't play. I hear me. I'm like, God. But look, thank you, Jesus, turning my life around. Um, I try not to portray that negative mindset, you get me? He's on a whole different level. And he, throughout his years, he met a lot of, I'm gonna say, like superstars. Uh, you know, back during the days, that's what you do when you in a certain lifestyle. You travel, you get to meet people, affluence people. I was trying to think of that name for it, but you do. That's why I be telling people from time to time, Baltimore City, watch who you talking to. Watch who you talking to. God has really, really humbled me. Watch who you talking to. You know, because now here, if you try to threaten me, right, and it's not to do nothing to you. I know how to make phone calls, and I'll make phone calls and say that you know such and such and such. And what I'm going to ask them is your bite bigger than your bark. You get me? Because a lot of times people do this. They all mouth, but not actually action. You get me? So if you're in a particular area, and I grew up in the area, and I know I came out that game, and if you threaten me, I will make a phone call and say, yeah, you know something. Because 9 times out of 10, come on, yo, Baltimore City is small, and then I'm a West Side baby. So if you over West, and I grew up with a lot of them, you know, a lot of times y'all their grandkids, y'all their nieces, y'all their nephews, you know, family. So once again, family. Family call family. You know what such and such said to me because I'm, old school stuff. But it's not to hurt you. It's just to understand that I don't have to worry too much about you coming after me. Because back in the days when we got mad at you about certain things, we had no problem waiting 3 months, 6 months, a couple of years. We had no problem. And I'm gonna show y'all this. A lady, I was listening to the lady on the news thing. Her son been gone for like 27 years. Somebody went in there and dug up this man's grave, who dug up his, thing. And from what she said, it looked like they had a bomb because he was in a cemented, casket. Well, the cover, and they blew it up. She said, I don't know what might have been in there that was so important for them to do that. Now, he been gone for 27 years. Now, if you miss what I just said, the difference between now, when you do stuff now, our young people have no problem taking you out in front of 100 cameras and then act like they ain't do nothing. Back in the days, they waited, and it could have took 27 years, and this person is gone. And his mother was like, I don't know what was so important in there for y'all to blow it up to get into it. And it took me back to them. But this is 27 years later. So whoever came after him, basically, whatever he's supposed to have, or the reason why they did what they did, they could have just did it because of something that he done 27 years ago. And that was their way of, being revengeful. You get me? So I'm just saying this and share it with your family because right now, yeah, they out there and they making themselves too well known. My thing is today, if you want to sit up there and do something stupid that's going to send you to prison, just go sign yourself in. Just go sign yourself in. But the way the system is designed, they want us to take each other out and then they want you to come. And then y'all got to understand too, Baltimore City, we have cameras all over. Some years ago, back around about 2017, we fought to get the spy plane here. And the reason why me, Archie, and a lot more of us fought to get that plane here was to help reduce the violent criminal behaviors and the unalive rate. And I have to say unalive, the word for homicide, you know, on TikTok. I have to use the word unalive for TikTok reasons, right? But other than that, that was the goal with that. The police department did not want it up because they didn't want nothing to slow down. It'll never stop. I already know life and death is just what it is, right? And I'm not saying it when I use the word death for defamation or community guidance for TikTok reasons. It's just what it is. You know, you was born, and sooner or later God gonna call you home. He never told us when. And I was reading up on that a little bit today too, because what I realized, it's a time in the season. You know, it's a time to be born, and it's a time to go back home. You get me? And but I'm looking at how it's happening, like outrageously. You get me? And I understand everybody that get pew-pewed or taken down, however, don't have to transform. I understand all of that. I understand it very clear. But when it's your time, it's your time. And we might not see it in that sense like that. But that's what I have to go back to and look at. But I'm looking as I'm reading this, there's a season for everything. As I'm reading this, I'm looking at it happening like too much. You know what I mean? Like it's outrageous. So we know it is what it is, what it is. You know, life and death. It is what it is, what it is. But then it's a way too, when it's happening too much, then it's ways and means that the human being, and I ain't talking about no one individual, I'm talking about a group of us have to come back together to slow it down some. Intervention programs. Now, this is what I said I'm gonna start doing because I was reading some stuff about a lot of y'all that came out on Pennsylvania and North because of the overdose. But what I realized when we having community meetings, when we're having meetings about reducing a lot of this, I don't see a lot of y'all that was in front of the cameras acting like y'all community activists and human rights advocates and homeless advocates, and you talking all this bull junk, and I'm like, where you coming from? I don't see y'all up in Simmons Memorials when we have our neighborhood meetings. Right there near Pennsylvania and North. But I'm reading up on a lot of y'all that showed up to show your face and jumped in front of the camera for this one little incident. And I said, give it about 2 weeks. Y'all be gone again. But you know what I said I'm going to do? I'm going to call my friend Shayna. She's one of them ones that's over there encouraging and motivating our young men and women. And I stood beside her. Because when I'm down there, I go right in between. Because one thing about them, when they see certain people, they recognize OG when they see OG. They recognize Big Unk when they see a Big Unk. They recognize that. Then you got some who will challenge you. I already know all that. They will challenge you. But the point is, they recognize the difference compared to most of them that might come up there, might be still caught up, you know, and using or whatever. But they know it's something different about him. Even the police know that. They know it's something different about him or people like him. And I noticed this too. The other day, for a lot of y'all that was running off at your mouth, for a lot of the younger generations that was standing over there, that's out there basically, and I'm not saying it's right, don't get it wrong. They only out there trying to enjoy this, whatever little pill they might be taking that makes them feel a certain way. Because if you watch them and if you look at them and observe them, they're not your average user from, the old days. You get me? I had to watch my stuff for TikTok. But, and the ones that mainly OD'd are your more seasoned users. I guarantee you a lot of y'all ain't even pay attention to it. They ain't pay attention. But you coming around and running off at your mouth. So the goal, and yes, they, doing their little bag things to TikTok name, TikTok friendly. They selling their little weed thing. You know what I mean? Excuse me, y'all. Now, to show y'all, I've been out of that lifestyle for 32 years. So the fentanyl is new to me. The opioid is new to me. I'm getting ready to say the Oxycontin, even though a lot of that stuff might have been around in medicated form, certain things in medicated form. I did not know until some years ago that some of the younger people that was coming in was talking about how certain pills they take actually made them feel like they was taking the HR, right? I didn't know all that because I've been in, recovery for a while. And then certain pills I believe that they take might have them speed too. Well, we already knew about the acid and stuff like that, right? But I did not know for a long, 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 long time until I heard some of the younger ones that came in talking about certain things that they take. Now, mind you, for a lot of y'all that came over that I noticed in these recovery programs, addiction counseling programs, why y'all prescribing them Suboxone? Huh? Huh? And I talk with a lot of people that was on certain programs and they stopped using the heroin, and all that type of stuff. But y'all got them addicted to something else now. And they started telling me how hard it was for them to come off of that. But y'all get paid. Now, y'all know Baltimore City. Most of y'all I'm talking to that's watching me, I am a recovering addict. I do not play when it comes to using. And y'all know that. A lot of y'all call me pastor. A lot of y'all call me bishop. Y'all know I don't hang out at the dances, at the clubs and all that. I don't do it. I did a lot of that my first few years in recovery. But as I began to grow, it wasn't for me. But why are y'all working for these programs that's poisoning the community? And I can tell you why, because you're getting paid. And when me, and I'm going to go ahead and say his name, when we was at Simmons Memorial, it was a young man that came up the street, and we was out there, me and Bill, and the young man was talking about how he wanted to get into the program, but he didn't want to. He was taking the Suboxone, if I'm saying it right, the pill thing. He was taking it, but he didn't want to. He had to go through the withdrawals of getting off it or whatever, right? And Bill told him, "Oh, you can come in. We give you that now." And I looked over at him like, "What the fuck?" See, a lot of y'all, right? Because it's your profession. But then now they starting to use medication, prescribe stuff now to help people call themselves winging off. But what you doing, you adding to a high. Why y'all ain't share that with the news people? Baltimore, why you ain't share that? That was one of the reasons why I was not for the safe consumption sites that we fought to get that bill passed, for people to go into these places and use. And if their stuff was laced with, the opioid and all of that, they can bring them back if they OD. So all of a sudden, guess what? That bill was rejected. Let me put it that way. But when y'all flew out of there with all that Narcan and all this stuff, it took me back to what we was trying to do to avoid just what happened. Y'all was out deep. And I'm trying to watch it. I'm trying to watch it because I'm getting ready to call y'all a bunch of hypocrites. I'm trying to watch it. Because when it comes, and y'all know it, as a recovering addict myself, when it comes to that, I do not play when it comes to people's lives in that sense. When I did the meeting the other day at Pennsylvania and North Cumberland, and they was in there running off at their mouths, I came off at them the same way they did me when I came around 32 years ago. And if you're new, you're supposed to have your butt up on the front row. Take the cotton out your ears, put it in your mouth. And I only talked a little bit, the same way I did when I first came around. I will tell you a little bit of what I done. I don't spend 15 minutes. I don't spend a half an hour. I don't spend 45 minutes on my using. And then only give you 5 minutes of recovery. I don't do it. Everybody didn't use the way I use. But the pain from running is the same. So the goal is to help them identify I was once dead. And when you sitting here for that hour or half an hour, hour and a half, shut up. That's how they did me when I first came around. And I know some of the newcomers, they couldn't wait to raise their hand. Shut up. Because the thing is, if we want to know where the cop will ask you, y'all done turned into a bunch of whisk now. And one thing I try not to do when I step up, no matter what, forget where I came from. January the 25th, 1992, 3 was the last time I used. Was the last time I used. When I came back January the 26th, I have knocked a day at a time. So I want people to know you can a day at a time. And I shared all that. I shared all of that. And right after I shared, guess what? It wasn't no drug log. Everybody that came back talked about the recovery process. It was like about time we had somebody come in here and share on the recovery process. And I'm going to tell y'all, and it's not being smart, NA has its own language. And when I listen to people, because I've been moving around a lot, right? When I listen to people in the program, we so stuck. We so stuck. And they mimic it, talking wise. We so stuck. It's okay to admit your powerlessness. It's okay to admit your powerlessness and how your life had become unmanageable. It's okay. Because guess what? When I did, I gained control in that area. Because I realized I couldn't do it. So once I admitted my powerlessness and I learned to surrender, I gained control over not continue doing it. Do y'all tell people that? Do you tell them? Do you tell them how once they come to believe in a power greater than themselves, the insanity that they practiced before with the using and the running and the hipping and the howling, you know, running all around? I'm trying to watch my words for TikTok's sake. That it's a power greater than themselves that can restore them from that? Did you share that sense of hope? And what I'm saying is, I'm talking about faith now. I'm talking about sharing some faith with them that can restore you from that type of behavior. Do you tell them? Do you tell them that and help them understand the spiritual side of that? Do you help them to understand about making the decision to turn your will and your life over to that power greater than yourself, which now we might call higher power? Some of y'all might call Allah. Some of y'all might call Buddha. I don't know. I'm just saying. I might call him Jesus Christ. Right? Do you tell them? Do you tell them how the point of trusting in that higher power? Those are spiritual principles, morals, values. Because guess what? Now you're gaining faith and trust back in yourself. Do you help them understand that? I lost all self-control and discipline when I was hooked up. I ain't there no more. But guess what? I learned to be honest with myself. I learned to have faith back in myself. I learned to trust back in myself. Now I know what I got inside that I can give you. And if you don't have it, if you don't have that love and that compassion and that kindness and that gentleness, you can't give me nothing. If you can't feel it in yourself, because you only giving me back what's there. And I can only give you what's in here. That's why I do what I do, what I do, what I do, what I do. Because guess what? It's in me. I had to become selfish, self-centered to learn about Steve. And then I had to humble myself to give it away. Did you miss what I just said? That's why if I tell you I'm a community activist, I'm giving it back. If I tell you I'm a homeless advocate, I'm giving it back. If I tell you I'm a human rights advocate, I'm going to fight for your civil rights, your equal rights, and your constitutional rights. So I have to get around people to better understand what we need to do to fight for the betterment for you. So a lot of times I have to deny myself in order to help other people. And I've been called all kinds of names, Baltimore City, because I speak out the way I do. I met Lady J some years ago. She said, "Do you know you are considered as the most hated man in Baltimore City?" I'm like, "What?" Steve called me on his talk show. Called me the most controversial man in Baltimore City. You know why? Because I don't take no shit. I don't take no shit. And that's the fight for us. I try not to be wishy-washy. You get me? I try not to. I ain't no different than nobody else. Yeah, I want to make a lot of money like y'all. I want to ride around in fancy cars. I want my white box truck fixed. I want my green Armada fixed. I'm not trying to rob and steal and take from the poor or from people to fatten up my pocket. Maybe I need to. I don't know, but I feel like my conscience gonna eat my butt up. I feel like God gonna turn me up. And if y'all can do it and want to praise the Lord, but you're robbing and stealing and taking from his people, praise who? I don't know how your conscience can do it. I look too hard the wrong way. I got people talking about me bad. Bad.
Oh, he crazy. Oh, he this. Oh, he that.
Check it out. I said, did I not? I help women and children. This young lady called me, which I got to go to court for the 26th, right? I mean, the 16th. I work with women and children. This young lady called me, asked me, do I help women being in abusive relationships? I said, yes. She comes to the place, my building. She gave me $400, which is $600 for the room, right? She gave me four. I haven't seen her for 2 weeks. Then she called me back and said she wanted money. Excuse me, but this is what she said. She wanted her money because she found somewhere else to go that wasn't charging her. Plus, she didn't get her job at Amazon. I'm all right with that because I already knew the condition you was in. So the thing is, come on, I got your back anyway, right? Wherever you know, get the money or not, I got your back. I got space for you. Do y'all know when she came? When she called me, it was like she want her money right now. I didn't have it right now. I never told her I wasn't gonna give her. She want her money now, and she coming to get it. So anyway, when she came, she brought her abusive husband with her. Why would you bring your husband to my program? Well, anyway, I got to go to court for her because she jetted into my office and went into my files. Nobody goes in my office, not even my staff. They don't go in there without asking, is it all right, Steve, to do this, do that, right? Derek, I need to talk to you too because I was looking at that building. I see y'all accept women and children. I copied the number, but I meant to tell you, I was over there the other day because I wanted to call to see how can I get some of my people up in there. Well, people that's reaching out to me. Let me put it like that, Derek. Derek, I just sent you my number about 20 goddamn times. I ain't sending you nothing. I ain't see that thing up top at first. I was round there the other day. I was hoping I ran into you. I ain't sending you my number. I done sent you my number about 1,000 times. You better go find where you lost it at. I'm gonna look in my phone and hopefully I still get, if you still got the same number, I'm gonna call you. But I was looking to see that y'all accept women and children in there, but I happened to see it and I seen they had screens up there, that little net thing where the kids can't. I said I'm gonna call them. I said I'm gonna call them, see can I get some of the women and children in there. But now let me finish this, Derek. I got you. But anyway, I gotta go to court because she went and filed charges and said that all right, Derek, look, you see me talking? Don't. Well, you better text it to me. Text it to my messenger. I'm gonna hurt you, Derek. I'm gonna hurt you. Man, you gonna fight. You too old for that. You make me sick, Derek. How long have I been knowing you? I've been knowing you for well over 20 years. I'm gonna hurt you, Derek. Cause I know why I'm gonna hurt you. And you know I'm trying not to put your business out there too much. But I'm gonna hurt you. I was thinking about you the other day too. I've been knowing Derek. Derek, I know it's been well over 25 years, right? I don't know if it's been that long. I know it's been well over 20. Because look, I was sitting up here thinking about you, right? And when we first came around, that's why I said I ain't wanted to go too far, y'all. And your daughters was babies and my babies was babies, right? And I'm like, damn, they all grown with kids now. I was thinking about you too, and I was thinking about the your daughter that you had a lot of problems with, right? And I was like, oh my God, look where we come from, man. I think they was what, about 8, 9, stuff like that, maybe 6, 7. God darn, I was thinking about that because I came around there and I walked down to the building where they talking about 500 to get in, but they just talking about, I think that's part of, from what I gathered, like the security deposit. But they said they only had 1 and 2 bedrooms. I got people that need at least 2 to 3 bedrooms. Plus, I've been talking to someone about the Frederick Douglass building, but I've been looking at other buildings that's really, really secured and it's real quiet. Because I just don't want to put people into anything. You get me? And I got a husband and wife. I got a couple of husband and wives in there too that I have to replace. But see, everybody don't have all that money. And every time I look up something, y'all, I'm getting sick and tired of it because you got so many rental properties and they want like 1,200, 1,500, 2,000. I'm like, y'all sick in your freaking head for like 1 bedroom and stuff like that, right? And I don't know if it's in relation to because it's subsidized and they looking at housing to cover the majority of it. You get me? And that's why they jacking up their prices the way they doing. But all right, Derek. Message me and send me your newer number because you know I got your old number. If you got a new number, I probably got about 2 Derek's in there with 2 different numbers. I'm talking about the one Derek though. Like every goddamn month you lose your phone. How many phones you had since the last time we talked? About 20. Yep, I was thinking about you too. I was hoping I ran into you. I've been walking so much, Derek. My feet hurt. My feet hurt. I walked from Pennsylvania North all the way over to, I'm trying to think, Charles Street, right there near the college. I sat on the bus stop and called the lift. I said, forget it. I need to get my goddamn truck, man, and my car. I got to get my stuff fixed. I got to get my stuff fixed. Where's my, how you get all the way down there? But yeah, all right, Derek, I got you. But yeah, now I go to court. Now, only thing for me, and this is what I was telling moving forward, I don't deal with women like one-on-one like I used to. I don't do that. So this time I got a crew in front of me. So the young lady was sitting on this side of me. I'm sitting in where my secretary and them be at, right? I'm sitting at Wanda's and them desk. So she's sitting here, Phyllis sitting there, Tashawn sitting here, and one of my guys standing right there. She jumps up, the young lady. I'm thinking she leaving. Because her husband there this time, her husband right there too. She jets in my goddamn office and go through my files. So I snatched them out of her hand. Then he comes in and he hits for me. Now, for some reason, mind you, now my staff there this time, but for some reason, this young lady went, now she running from her abusive husband, but she went and said I came after her. So now, when I go to court, because the husband trying to say that I assaulted him too. So I called my staff. I said, y'all gotta come on, right? I said, I go to court Tuesday, Wednesday, which I'm not really worried about it, because guess what I did, y'all? I took a picture of her with my folders in her hand. One, you should not be in my office going through other people's stuff, right? And I snatched them out of hands, because that's other people's information too. Now, me and her at the front door arguing, and you hear the three of us arguing, then I turn around, I'm arguing with my staff. Because I'm like, why did you let her just jet into that room like that? So she trying to make it seem like between her and her husband, I don't know which one of them I supposed to have been assaulted, or both of them. Now you running away from your abusive husband that you bring to my housing program, where you ask, can I watch out for you? Well, do I help abusive women? And all of a sudden now you want to charge me with abusing you and your husband. And I know that make a lot of sense to y'all, don't it? You probably did. I can see you now. You probably did. Then she, look, you trying to escape from a person that abusing you. I told my male staff, I said, watch out for her. You know, because you really, the front door is supposed to be locked. So it's like a secured building. But the thing is, you know, some people might step out, some people might try to run in. But the thing was for them to watch her just in case he found out where she was at, to protect her. Now I got to go to court for her bull crap. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sit right there and let her run off of the mouth. Because she ain't going to tell the judge none of that. And I'm gonna say, yeah, when the judge asks me, then the prosecutor gonna be right there, and I'm gonna say, can I show you something? I'm gonna let them run off of their mouth, because I know how they do. I know how they do. I ain't saying nothing. And I would tell the judge personally, from my experience over the last 2 years, from what the police department did with me, be honest with y'all, and please forgive my language for what I'm getting ready to say, for what I seen with the system, y'all full of shit. And if I tell her that, I know they'll lock me up. So now I got to sit there and humble myself, because guess what? Guess what? It all started. And I realized the same way this young lady ran downtown, then she comes on my talk show. I'm on my talk show is on my Facebook Live as well. So she comes on, and then she got other people coming on. Number one, you shouldn't even came on my show. I'm talking about something on my talk show. So because other people wasn't feeding into her stuff, she felt offended, like somebody out to hurt her. No, you shouldn't have came on here and made yourself known. This is not a regular Facebook page. Let me make this clear to y'all. This is my talk show that I live stream to. I have a broadcast network. I stream to 3 of my Facebook pages, and YouTube, and Twitter. I'm trying to think of the other one. And Twitch. Trying to think, is it anymore? Because it's a talk show. But you ain't tell a judge that, did you? You shouldn't have been up on it. Or if you came up on it, you shouldn't have said nothing to bring attention to you. I never mentioned your name. And tell whoever your aunt was, Miss Lady, I still got her message for her calling herself threatening me and sending her husband after me. But I'm wrong when you reached out to me for help. And that goes to show me how sick a lot of people is. She reached out to me for help from her abusive husband. I don't know if he was really abusing her or not. I don't know. I just know what she said to me. And I said, I got you. So why, if my goal is to protect women and children, why am I going to turn around and hurt you? Huh? I house women and children. I've been doing this for years. If you read what it's about, my program, it'll tell you. I help individuals, homeless individuals, and families. Mostly I do women and children. So what am I going to do? I'm going to bring women in the house, right, in the temporary housing program, just to beat them up. And guess what? If I go to share that with them, they would not pay a goddamn attention to it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. The judge probably would. I know that. But that's all you got to do. If you want to know about Steve Copeland, look me up. I tell y'all that all the time. So when anybody talk about me, if you want to know about me, Google me. Tell y'all that all the time. So the next time somebody come to you and try to say something negative, you can kick them right up their butt and say, not that one right there. Come on. The hell I'm gonna sit up here and rob and steal and take. And I tell y'all too, some of y'all that don't pay attention, my clients, I work with independent homeless people who get money. They get like SSI or SSDI. They just don't get enough to pay for regular rent. What part y'all don't understand? So certain people that get SSI and SSDI, they only get a certain amount. My goal, if they're old enough, and then they got them for some young people too, to get them into the senior citizen type buildings where their monthly rent won't be no more than maybe $300 a month with BGE and everything. God darn. Y'all so negative with stuff sometimes. And they do have like some of your senior citizens buildings that's equipped it for like people with disabilities, your veterans and stuff like that. So some of them slip through the crack. That's all I'm saying. Where they might try to get help from homeless services and stuff, and they didn't reach back out to them after a certain period of time. See, when you give me your information and I know who your worker is, I'm going to call her. Hey, well, Mr. Brown, haven't heard from you in 6 months now. What's going on? That's what I do. They know who I am. So if you part of my housing program, my goal is to make sure you get guided in the right direction. Y'all kill me with this.
He a scammer. He's a bammer. Your puppy.
That's the only thing I could think. No, but seriously. And I'm like, and please don't make me go biblical on you. Please don't make me go biblical on you. And I'm talking to my Christian brothers and sisters. Because if you knew what Christ's journey was all about, I'm walking in the footsteps. And even though we read, understand, let me back this up. Let me back it up. Because you know what? He dislinquished all power when he became human. And the reason why I said, let me back it up, because read up how he turned the water into wine. Help it better explain to you how was the water turned into wine. When you look back at it and he met the person, I'm gonna say the person that was crippled, right? And he healed them. Really read up deeper in the sense of him healing that person, right? Because basically where I'm going at, with encouraging, with motivating, when you have people that's in a certain condition or a certain frame of mind, The goal is to build them. And that's what he did. Because he didn't actually use power or authority, stuff like that, right? And I'm trying to make sure I explain it right to you. Because we will make you think that once he became human, and if you read it, it'll tell you he distinguished himself of all power, making miracles and all of this. It was the way he had the people to actually work and help each other. That's why I said, let me back up. I don't like to share certain things. Because once I realized, and I'm talking about my footsteps, once I realized that I'm emulating Christ, and when I say emulating Christ, I'm talking about being one accord, being kind, being considerate, being loving, being caring. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about my personality. So if y'all want to sit back, and I don't want to go into it, but if you go back to Revelations, when John turned around, John spotted. And I'm trying to get the words back in my head because, yes, I even looked at it as Christ being a black man. He was describing a black man. He was describing a vision that he saw. And then when he said he looked, the face was as bright as the sun. So if the face was as bright as the sun, he could not see the face. And when I hear people say that, David, I had to leave it alone. Because he said when he turned around and he spotted it, he almost fell out. Because it scared him in a sense. But he was talking about a vision of a man that he saw. And the vision of the man that he saw supposed to have been the son. But he shared about the vision. I don't like doing this to people because I know how God worked with me. But when I started reading like the Old Testament into the New Testament, and I started seeing how the Spirit came upon them, and the same Spirit that guides my life, that encourages me and motivates me, that embraces me to go back out or share my experience, my strengths with y'all, that's all I'm doing, and that's what they did too. They were sharing with us how God used them, how God empowered them. And I was beginning to see stuff like that. They was no different than you and I. They was human beings. I don't like to share that a lot because I don't never want to take away from the word itself. If that's what you believe and that's what you see, that's fine. I don't want to take from it. I don't want to add to it. But I just know after a while, I wanted to get to know Christ for myself as time went on. So when I started reading Philippians, the 2nd chapter, and it's not just that, John tells you about him, the individual. I wanted to get to know the human being. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Timothy, Peter, Titus, James, Jude. I wanted to know what was so special about them. They was human beings just like us. And you can, if you choose to. Somebody wrote about them because that's what we're reading about. It's past history. Somebody wrote about them. Now, rather it's factual, I don't know. But somebody wrote about them. So if you want to know about certain people, do more deeper research. Just like if you want to know about Lilith. Even though she's considered as a myth. But she was also considered as Adam's first wife. Now, to be honest with y'all, I wasn't paying a bit more attention to it until I realized, wait a minute, this looked like two different accounts of I was gonna say creation, right? Like Adam and then Adam with Eve. So it was two accounts at one point. Now I'm back to the point. I understand Adam and Eve. And I'm gonna tell you this for a lot of y'all and professors. Let me share this with you two doctors. And the Bible says God put Adam back to sleep, right? Did it not say he created Eve from his rib? Did it not say he created Eve from his rib? The reason why I'm saying that, because the man became a woman. So next time y'all want to question somebody's sexuality, go back to that, please. And guess what? I never really paid attention to it. But it's like as you begin to grow and you know in certain ways, did not God said he put Adam back to sleep? He put Adam to sleep and created Eve from his rib. That was his bone. Then it talk about flesh of his flesh. So now understand, I'm not into it. I'm not that deep with certain things. But when you hear somebody say that deep down inside of themselves, if it's say a woman or a man, and they say deep down inside of themselves, I wanted to say woman, or let's just go there, right? And if they say they feel like they was born this way, and it's not up for debate. I'm just saying, because I don't know, I like women. But it made me think about what some of them be saying. That's your butt when you try to critique it. And that's why certain things, I'm just saying for me, certain things I don't touch. Mainly if you don't know, you know what I mean? If you don't know, you don't know. But I'm like, okay, because I mean, a person, however they feel inside, and if that's where they at, then I'm like, okay. Uh, my thing is, I don't care what your lifestyle is, because when I started understanding his grace and why he died, right, or became unalive, when I started understanding that, and I'm walking in mercy, that's why I don't challenge people's stuff, because I have to look at my life. I can't debate your life. So my thing is with your life and however you do in life, you be happy. Be happy with yourself. Because you got a lot of men, you got a lot of women that will point fingers at you, but they miserable as heck with their own life. If you find peace, joy, and happiness within your alternative lifestyle, my thing is just be happy with whatever. Because you got a lot of people that's living life and they're straight as whatever, but they're miserable as hell. Find peace within your life. Learn how to love yourself because God loves you anyway. And that's what I tell any and everybody. He might not like your behavior or the behaviors, but he loves the individual. And don't you ever tell somebody they're gonna go to jail. I mean, the jail. They gonna go to hell, right? And Christ gave his life. You. But all in all, and what I'm saying, the Bible is instruction on how God want me to live my life. When I come on my live, When I come on my talk show, I'm just telling you about me and my relationship with the Holy Spirit, with the Father, with the Son. And if you don't believe in the Trinity or the three in one, then that's you. I can share with you the transformation for me. And I guarantee you, you'll try to apply it to your life. Well, that's not what he did to me. I know. I understand. So I felt real special. Maybe you need to get into his graces like that. Because when he introduced me, like from the Creator, the Son, the Holy Spirit, I felt honored. I felt real special inside. I felt special. So if you, I don't care if you're a bishop, you're a pastor, you're a rabbi, you whatever. If he have not introduced himself through that transformation to you, that's between you and him. I ain't had to go to Bible study to understand that. I didn't have to go to seminary class to understand that. That was personal. And I'm not going to knock nobody who have that knowledge. I ain't that deep, but who got that knowledge like that? Because I understand that's your gift, like Daniel David, Dr. David. He got his doctorate degree in theology. But the thing is, now I know he's real good when it comes to the word, breaking it down, scripture, you know, all that stuff. I know he's excellent with that to me. But what I love about him the most, he's real. He's real. Even though I know his love for Christ is deep, but he's real. That's what I love about him. Family man, husband, he's real. And can preach that word. But he's real. Like Pastor Simmons, he's real. And it's time, look, I'm sitting there with Pastor Simmons, right? David. And y'all know how y'all call it, I'm gonna say wild out. Y'all know how I go from time to time. And I watch Pastor Simmons do the same things. But that's his passion. That's his passion. And I watch him go there and I watch him bring it back. And he apologized, but that's his realness. And I'm going to tell you, if you one of them fake, phony, making people want me to think you higher than what you really are, you can stay over there. I'm telling you right now. Because you'll make me think something ain't right here. I ain't practicing something right. No, stay away from me. No. I remember trying to be perfect. I remember trying not to fall short and sin and all that. I remember doing that where I felt like I was about to lose my mind at one point. No. You keep that perfect if you perfect. If you're then gonna turn around right, you can talk about somebody living a certain way, but then you'll turn around for yourself. Oh yeah, I make mistakes too sometimes. Blah blah. That ain't the way you put it not too long ago. Like you walk completely on waters and mountains and all that. No, I don't never. Nobody. I don't never want you to think I have arrived. But I can tell you right now today, a lot of the stuff I used to do, I just don't do no more. Went through a lot. The trials and the tribulations, the crying, the yelling, the howling, the screaming. And it just, as you begin to mature in certain areas, you let it go. You outgrow it in a sense. Now, these are the things I begin to see when it comes to scripture or religion. Y'all talk that bull junk and make people think they supposed to be a certain place like right now. Nah, that's your bullshit. I'm telling you now, that's your crap. And most of the time, people that do that, I don't care what your religion is, you're the biggest hypocrite in your own religion. But you want to tell somebody else how they need to live. I can only share with you what Steve do. And I can only share with you what Steve well, what Steve had done or what Steve do and how Steve need to overcome it. That's what I'm trying to get to with that. Okay. And I start understanding some stuff just don't fall off overnight. I mean, just the same day. And I'm trying to put it in simple layman terms. But if you come around big mouth, bald head, black dude, and you try to act like, and I'm an ordained deacon too. If you try to act like you're above reproach, bye. Because I ain't for that bull junk. Okay? I'm not for it. And if that's where you at, that's fine. I can't knock it. I might wish I was like that. Yeah, it all depends. I might, mainly if I'm struggling in certain areas, right? But if you share with me what you have done to overcome certain things, I'll be like, thank you. Because now I know with the practice, we won't do that. We will kind of condemn a person that's stuck in a certain area and struggling. Do y'all know how I have to remind myself time after time after time after time after time after time that I'm not like everybody else? Because sometimes I be wondering, right? I walk by myself a lot, but I know I'm not by myself. I walk by myself a lot, but I'm not alone. And I know a lot of people see me and be like, oh my God, that's the guy right there. And they might be afraid like they can't approach me or talk with me. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I know what I do in Baltimore City. I'm not out there. I never was the type that broke the law in that sense. I was gonna say rob banks and all this type of stuff. People want to make me out, and you know I'm not a certain way. But you will sit back and talk behind my back like I am. Do you know my board member, right? Me and her was talking the other day. I don't know why this lady feel like she need to call my staff.
Can you help me get them out the building?
They're gonna start talking about me and told her to keep her daughter away from me. That's my goddaughter, woman. Her mother been with me, or they've been in my life for years now. Years. Why would you even do that? And y'all know what she said, right? The same woman I'm having the issue with this building. And you know what? Somebody told me, and I'm going to say it, I do not mix business and pleasure. And they told me I should have. I said, what? What? And these people are God-fearing people. One of them was a minister. And I said, no, you did not. No, you did not say that. For her to sign the building over to me, I should have. I feel dirty just for them saying that. And I'm like, number one, and Queens, don't take it, I don't date women my age. My first wife is 5 years younger than me. My second wife is 15 years younger than me. Now, I will date somebody around about 50 again. I'm talking about date to get married or whatever, right? Lord, I want her to be a little closer now. One, I got to grow in that area because I find younger females attractive. I didn't say 11. I didn't say 9. I didn't say 10. I didn't say 12. I have a 36-year-old daughter. I have a 30-year-old daughter. I have a 26-year-old daughter. I have a 24-year-old daughter. I have granddaughters, Miss Lady. For you to even tell my staff some bull junk like that. And then you and I supposed to only got together for you to be my client's mental health program, a mental health care provider. How did that slip all the way over here? You are my landlord. I am your tenant. That building is in your name. My goal in coming in that building was help you to get the money that you pay for nobody being in the building, not for you to lust over me. And I'm not trying to be smart, y'all. Okay? Because guess what? Everybody know why you talk about me the way you do. And Christina Flowers, I'm gonna smack you. She told me you should have did it. I'm like, what? I'm like, Christina, you know I don't deal with older women. She said, Steve, I know what you should have did it. Christina, I know Christina probably over there cracking up. Why you over there? Because we was dying laughing. We was laughing. Woman, you gotta understand I'm a community activist. I'm a human rights advocate. I'm a community organizer. I'm busy around in Baltimore City and I deal with our politicians. You gotta watch how you try to badmouth me with the people. Like they not gonna tell me you said so, and I know you did it. Cause I had you on the phone a few times when you was sitting up there zapping out on me. I said something ain't right with her. My staff already know where you at. Tashawn was one of the ones when I had you on speakerphone listening to you. When we was in the office. One day you all right, a couple of days later, it's like you gone. And other people told me how you was. So I hope somebody go back and tell you. They told me, oh yeah, you special. I said, I noticed. You better stop, sis. You better stop. I had another woman, and Christine threw that up too. Gonna take me to court talking about I was stalking her. Your Honor. He said he don't date women his age and he don't date women over 600 pounds. I did not say 600 pounds. So the judge told her, well, if he don't, as far as messing with somebody, why would he stalk you? She said, Miss, you ain't proving your case. She said, Mr. Coleman, you got something you want to say? I said, no. Because number one, y'all do shit without thinking. You gonna turn around and get mad at me. And I try to tell any women that's close to my age that I'm dealing with, I don't date women my age. And you will still try to come for me. I might grow up in that area one day. At 63 years old, I might grow up. Now I'm gonna tell you, I ain't gonna lie, because I don't know who God might put there. I don't. I don't. And when I'm saying he might send that beautiful queen my way that's like 60 something, a little bit older, but I'm just telling you. I'm telling you this as a man. If I'm not attracted to you, I have to be attracted to you. Listen. If I'm not attracted to you, it ain't gonna act right. You get me? Pierre, you Vanessa, you get me? Men, you get me? And I'm just being honest. If I'm not attracted to you, this not gonna act right. Then I'm gonna have to go buy Viagra, Cialis, Deborah, Jean, all that, just to try to get right. If I'm not attracted to you, I am not a child anymore. I am not 21. I'm not 30. I'm not 40. The wind blow by me. That sucker, it can be a hurricane. But if she looking goody, good, that sucker go bring. I'm like, hey, no, never mind. I'm just saying it right because now as you get older, I've been married twice. So you know basically what you want. What attracts you? What turns you on? And if you don't, ain't trying to be smart. I'm telling you, Steve Copeland. I'm a good-looking man no matter what. I'm a good-looking man. I'm a great man. I'm a good man. You know what I mean? All that good stuff. So I know what I bring. I know what I bring characteristics and character-wise. I'm a God-fearing man. I know what I bring. I'm a loving, caring man. I know what I bring. And the reason why I'm saying that, right, because I know the good qualities within me. But I know too that I'm not perfect. I get mad, I get angry, I get upset, and the whole thing is love me for me. But the good quality is what I try to let shine out the most. Stop sitting up here because I won't fall for your crap, women. And then you want to go downtown and file fake charges on me. And what I am going to do, I'm going to sit with somebody one day to find out when you do it, what can I do to protect me? Because I did ask the police, so I asked somebody one day. I think it was a commissioner or somebody, right? And I asked them, why do they allow people to come down here and just file charges on you? Something like that, right? And they told me they never know whether it's true or not. Real simple. It's like people can go and file false charges on you. It's just the process you got to go through. And that's what's happening with me right now. Because I know I ain't do nothing wrong. I know I ain't do nothing wrong. I don't even look. I think my daughter told me, she was like, Daddy, if you want, you can go down there and get the paperwork. Why? That's just my mind, right? Because when I do go, I don't know what I'm going for. Her husband, I'm going for her what? So what I'm gonna do, if they show up and everything, I'm gonna just explain to the judge how we met. You came out to ask me to help you from him. But all of a sudden now I supposed to abuse both of y'all? Because it's on the video when you said I tried to attack you and your husband, or I attacked you and your husband. The same person you said you was running away from. Now my staff right there. My staff, y'all forgot? No, they ain't forget. Because her husband said something to the guy. Because they were shocked. They were shocked y'all act the way you acted. That's why I linked on them, because y'all know ain't nobody supposed to be coming close to me. Dealing with people wise, I'm sorry, y'all. Just to avoid certain things like that. Steve and them would not let nobody come into my office like that. Wanda and Steve. Anytime somebody want to talk to Steve, to me, they got to go through them. They come and tell me such and such here to see you. So I understood the three that I had with me. Be honest with y'all. I had to understand Tashawn, Phyllis, they there to sit with me when I deal with the women. Jamal is more like my maintenance guy, but he's there too. So I'll call him in when I'm dealing with the women. So the women do not deal with me one-on-one. And that's what I'm going to let the judge know. And I'm going to let the prosecutor know. So for me to have turned around and called myself assaulting her, she's a freaking liar, lady. And the hubby. That's why I said and the reason why too, I don't want to open up my mouth, because y'all hear how I talk, right? And they take it the wrong way. You can defend yourself, but then you gotta be all bougie. You gotta be, and I already know. It's the way you carry it. I already know. But that's just who I am when I talk, and I'm trying to get better at not appearing so aggressive. To me, I feel like a booty kisser. I do. I feel like I need to learn to kiss butt. And I know it's more structure to it and more discipline. But just because a person respond like I'm a talker, I express myself a certain way, right? And if you don't, if you're not used to that, you won't understand it. So when I see that type of behavior, the way I display certain things as a warrior, as a fighter, when I see that with other people, I recognize it straight out. Jasmine Crockett is one. So I'm gonna tell a lot of y'all white people, since you like judging her, I'm telling y'all, Jasmine Crockett is the female version of Steve Copeland. But to me, because she's more educated, because she's more, I'm gonna say articulate, right? My behavior might be a little ghetto, right? But I'm a fighter. You got to understand, I'm a warrior. That's what I do. So when I see Jasmine Crockett, and I know she's a politician, I know where she at and everything. But when I see that community activist side of her come out, I'm like, yes, because I know that she's a warrior. And a lot of y'all hypocritical people, come for me. Come for me. Please do it in my face. Please do it in my face. Because y'all calls her all kinds of names, and I watch y'all, and I'm trying to help y'all understand. She's a politician. Now, by her being a community activist, because she sees the bullshit, and I want to put it like that, y'all. She sees the bull crap with her people that she work with. And she only putting, whatever she call their names or not, right? She putting them on blast, and y'all ain't catching it. Y'all don't catch it. She basically taking up for the people, and y'all criticizing her. So the moment I realized she was a community activist, I knew where she was coming from. Anybody, it's a couple of other women I seen do that, right? And 9 times out of 10, they politicians, right? Whether they are Democrats or whether they're Republicans, but they're politicians. So when they go against their comrades, because they in it, they see the ones that's really about destroying the people. And they see the ones that's really trying to help the people. She just one of them ones that speak out a little louder. That's Steve Copeland. That's me. And when I see her, I know what she's doing, point blank. I know what she's doing. So a lot of y'all that wants to knock her, white people, y'all want to call her ghetto and stuff. She ain't ghetto by far. She ain't ghetto by far. She's a bright, educated woman. Trump don't have no goddamn degree in political science. He don't know nothing about political science. He told y'all, I'm not a politician. He told you. But you biting all on his butt and his all that bull junk, right? You're biting on him so freaking hard, you think he's doing a great job. No, look what he doing. Look what he doing. Look what he doing. And then to turn around, right? This is I don't get it. The Supreme Court passed a bill for him to fire a lot of our educators. Sit here and say, well, they need to be fired, this and that. You know what that does? The other day we was walking past the school. Teacher got 26 kids in her classroom. Can she personally educate them whole 26? That's a lot of kids. And you know what Tracy said? She said, that's the lowest amount. There's more than that. So let me tell y'all something that think that was a great thing. Have y'all heard of school prison pipeline? Don't probably educate mostly the black young men. They're going to prison. They're going to prison. So for a lot of y'all conservatives, for a lot of y'all that's got the money to send your kids to private schools and charter schools to better educate your children, you'll talk against it. Because it's not your problem. That's what trips me out with y'all. Because you live in a well-rounded life, it's like the freak with everybody else. Oh yeah, I know it. Because I deal with a lot of y'all. And you think it's okay, you know why? Because it's not affecting you and your family. One of my friends that get psych meds, she get 30 pills for the month. The doctor told her they got to cut her back to 20 pills because of this Trump thing.
Oh, I ain't got to worry about that.
You right, you don't got to worry about that. That's the problem. That's why I get so sick and tired of a lot of y'all politicians. Whether you're a Democrat or whether you're a Republican, you forgot people voted y'all into position to have their back. That's why they voted you in, but you turned against them. I could have ran too for council seat. I could have ran too for 12th district as a delegate. I just didn't want to turn my freaking back on our people. And I felt like the way I am now, if I got over there, some of the stuff that they would have came with, I would have came hard. Because my thing is not to sell our people out. A lot of y'all are sellouts. And I have no problem in telling you in your face. You hypocritical bunch of suckers. And I ain't gonna talk about the politician. I'm gonna talk about the human being. Not whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. You're a bunch of suckers. You work for the people, but you get in, you get with the crowd, and then you turn your back on the people that need you the most. That's why y'all don't like me. Because I started seeing it. I started seeing it myself. I walked away from the Democratic Party. I got with the Republican Party. They talk all this good junk. Oh, we want to come in the inner city and help do this and help do that. Oh, where y'all been all my life? We've been here. I became a Republican. Until I realized that's all y'all talked about was Trump this, Trump that, Trump that. I said it's not about Trump. It's about the people. Well, Trump this, Trump that. And if you ain't going to be a part of this, then you can't be with us no more. Bye. Bye. Do you see me standing beside Christopher Anderson? No. Do you see me standing beside Kimberly Klacik? No. Do you see me walking beside Tim Fraser and all of them? No. One thing about me, I'm for the freaking people. So I'm stuck in the middle again by myself. But I hear y'all talk about the politicians like they the greatest thing that ever walked this earth. And yeah, only thing that pisses me off with that, because we are freaking sellouts for their butts. Look what this man up there doing. And to me, it's not him. It's Congress doing this mess. It's just him agreeing with it. He do not, the president, do not write bills or policies, legislations. He does not write them. But he takes the blame for a lot of the bullcrap. That's the thing that got me right. It's like, why is Congress and them letting him get away with the stuff that's happening? And maybe the way I just said that, because it's Congress. And then you got the Supreme Court. One, understand the three branches of government. One individual is not supposed to have all of that power. So what I'm saying, dictatorship. So every time something happens, I goes right back to Congress or your state representatives, the one that's your legislators, the ones that write the bills and everything, the policies. I'm sorry. He only signed or veto them. But then we'll point the finger at them, because I will if I don't catch myself. Understand the three branches of government. One individual is not supposed to have all that power. It's a reason for the people that they put in position to do what they do. It's a reason. Just like Putin, just like Iran, just like Israel, all of them fellowship with each other. They've been doing it for years. Even before Trump became president, he dealt with them. Look at the position he in as a businessman. He traveled the world anyway. And the reason why I'm saying that, look what happened with Iran and Israel. With the bombing. And for y'all might not pay attention to it. But when I hear stuff like that, I say, oh my God, the process of elimination. People. And what areas do they mainly attack? Is it your rich, well-to-do areas? Huh? Y'all don't pay attention? Is it your well-to-do areas? Is more your poor areas, or your areas that need their assistance the most in their countries, just like in America? They attack them to. I had to watch it for TikTok's sake. Y'all don't see that? I wished I didn't see what I see. I wished it. So I wouldn't run off at my mouth about it. That's why I'm like, God, why did you allow me to see certain things? I understand when people say stuff like, a lot of us need to wake up because we blind to this and we blind to that. I remember when I was blind to it. It's like, wow. And I ain't the only one. It's like, I'm telling y'all now, in Baltimore City, I got some brothers, some people. When I talk with Ty, when I talk with Amy from the Salvation Army, when I talk with Ty, when I walked with Tracy and Junebug and them the other day, when all of us walked down this Sandtown Winchester, I ain't had to say a word out my mouth. Nothing. When I was listening to Tracy sounded like me. Amy and them do too. They sound just like me. I was like, oh my God. But it's not just they sound like that. It's like they know where the money at. They know what to do. And that's the whole goal of us. We're not going to stop certain things. You get me? But we can slow it down. That's the point. A lot of y'all don't know they get ready to close Upton Market. And they're going to close it for about a year, from what I was told. They're going to get in there, do some work on it, and then open it back up. Same way they did downtown. But see, the thing is, in that process too, that's going to give them time to clean the area up a lot better. But you have to create programs. That's where the full wraparound services come in at. Because you have people that's caught up, right, with the using or whatever, homelessness and all of that. They're going to have it where the homeless people can come and take showers. They're going to put a little cafe in there. They're going to have extra. They're going to add on 2 more buildings, which is going to be for the basketball court and stuff like that. Now, the biggest thing I said to watch this, and I'm going to show y'all where I'm at when I say watch this. They're going to remove the playground, but I said y'all need to put that playground back. Because the kids need, and when I say that, I'm talking about our younger ones need the slides. They need to be able to come and let off that pressure as children. So we have to make sure that we have safe havens for them as well. Even though we're going to put they're going to put the basketball court there. Now, A lot of y'all might not pay attention, but I have a page called Stephen Copeland Jr. Sports and Talents. The goal is my son plays soccer. The goal is to bring soccer into the city, lacrosse, cricket, all of that. So the lady down at Curlin Park, she does cricket, if I'm not mistaken, or lacrosse somewhere along that line. I had her number in my phone for years now. So once we start doing this, and we're going to need a field to practice this type of stuff on, right? And we have a lot of them around. So it's just the point when the youth come in, if we have to take them to the field for the sports, we will. Music, art, theater, stuff like that. I've been talking to some people about that because guess what? Because I have the Teen Talk Show. Y'all never listen. You never pay attention because of the B Moore's Real Teen Talk Show. We're going to start that show back up again, where I want youth, and I've been looking at you, Uncle T, and a lot of y'all that I would love for us to come together to give our youth a voice. To Uncle T, I gotta say this because I love what you're doing with the youth, not just the young men. He got the young ladies over there too. And that's what I love about it because he's teaching them a lot of positive, great things, right? Now, a lot of them help the boys, but just to see the young ladies in there or the babies in there and the acting, I'm talking about teenage girls, and just to see all of that interacting, what he's doing, whoa, right? Mayo, I just sent Mayo a message back on LinkedIn, and Van Brooks, they work, and Damien, I'm gonna look out for you too later. These are people in Baltimore City that works with our youth. But see, so people are so spirited apart. It's to bring it together. Now, I'm not talking about stop your program. I might need 2 or 3 kids in your program to be on the talk show so we can host it, get somebody to do the broadcast and everything. Then I might use a couple here, a couple there, just so we can have a regular broadcast talk show network for them. So they can have a TV or talk show to be able to vent. And not only that, because of the services, the wraparound services, a lot of the recreation centers are being closed. So people like Uncle T, Mayo, Damon Cooper, all of them, Phenomenon, all of them are working with the youth. Y'all ain't been hearing about them lately, have you? No. And I'm going to tell you somebody too, I always call him Joe Gamble, but it's Joel Gamble, an ex-football player. I don't know if he's still at the Y on Drew Hill, but I went looking for him one time. I do a lot around in Baltimore City that y'all want to criticize me about. I do a lot. I walk in the areas, in the communities to find out who doing what so we can kind of collaborate together. That's why I asked y'all to help me with the box truck. The box truck was given to me to get donations. I can get donations from just about any business anywhere for people that's coming out of their pockets. I can get donations, food, clothing, all of that we can give back to the community. I just got to get the white box truck back up and running. Then my green Armada is 20 years old now. It's a 2004. This is 2005. 2025. So I was thinking about historical tags, but then I want to use it as a transportation vehicle. I asked y'all to help me. You ain't got to, but I'm going to tell you what, it's going to eventually get fixed. And I guarantee you a lot of y'all that can afford to help, like donate money towards what we're doing in the community, you're going to want the service for your grandchildren or your children. I'm not asking for millions. Down the line I am. I got to watch that. But I just want the help for now. And I cannot. I'm just amazed. I told y'all the other day I needed some help because the people in the building, I don't know. I have not been back down there yet. I need to go. But for personal reasons, I had to back up, y'all. One, keep in mind, I'm on 3 years probation for something I didn't do. Okay, I told y'all how they set me up. Um, a lot of stuff I don't pay attention to, and the reason why I say I don't pay attention to, because when you know you didn't do nothing wrong, it's like. But I realize certain things they can do to set you up if you look the wrong way. And I'm just saying me, because I don't understand it. But when I see Ivan Bates, man, you have a talk, bro, because I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like the prosecutor coming for me. That's why when I go Wednesday, I'm going to ask them. I'm going to ask her, do you know actually who I am? And the reason why I say who I am, I'm talking about as a human rights advocate, as a community activist, as somebody to try to help turn our city around. Because I want to know why in the fuck y'all keep coming at me for stupid shit. I helped Ivan Bates twice when he ran. The first time for state's attorney and the second time. I was there when Ivan Bates reached out to me about a guy that the police did something to back in 2016. Ivan Bates used the plane. He used the information from the plane to get this guy dishonored. So me and Ivan Bates talked. So my thing is now, because he's a damn public, state's attorney, what you call yourself letting them come at me now? Because somebody told me this stuff had to be ran past you. I don't know how true it is. They asked me, did I reach out to you about what happened to me with the police department? I said I didn't know I could. They told me reach out to you, bro. And this was from Fox 45 News. They told me to talk to you, Ivan Bates. Because number one, I should not be being targeted the way I'm being targeted. As a human rights advocate, as a community activist, then you got police officers in the community that's supposed to be helping build back up in the community. What the hell you think I do? And that's what I told them. I said, I'm in the community just like y'all. The difference is with me, y'all get paid. I don't. So what, I'm a problem to y'all for trying to help reduce a lot of this bull crap that's happening in the city? I'm your problem. So if I'm your problem, you showing me y'all don't really want it to stop. Which I know that's a part of it too. I already know. Try me. When I was over to prison, Ivan Bates, a lot of them guys talk good about you as a defense attorney. They say he was real good, like defending them and got them off of stuff. And they say he gonna even be better as a prosecutor. Do y'all realize how much that made me look at this man? And I'm like, he's serious. He was serious about defending him, and he's serious about prosecuting you when you're wrong. Well, I want to know what the hell I did wrong. I want to know. I want to know. Because guess what? Those 14 charges that Shipley put on me, yes, I just said your name, sucker. Yes. You knew that was my house. All of y'all knew that was my goddamn going program. And you gonna do them fake charges on me. Home invasion, burglary, armed robbery on my own freaking nephew. And never once did I talk with other than that first judge to tell him my stuff was legit. Simmons told me the other day, he said, you know what time it is? I said, I know. Sue Baltimore City in the Eastern District Police Department. Guess what? You fucked up, bro. Shipley, you fucked up. You know why? Your commander knew. Your lieutenant knew. All of y'all knew. What 1631 and 1629 was my housing program. Y'all knew. Why would you write some freaking fake? That's why y'all never let me see the judge. That's why y'all never let me see the judge. Y'all kidnapped me and hid me. And then on top of that, the detective went back to an incident from text messaging that Dre gave her the information about me and his sister texting each other about the rest of her rent money. And the detective charged me with assault, burglary, and harassment over Texas. Made it 17 charges. I have not had the chance to talk with a judge to explain nothing. Because when y'all took me, y'all hid me away. And when she did that, I suppose it went to court April the 9th. She did it on April the 7th, which got me indicted. I wasn't able to go that whole time. And I had to wait 120 days before I could go to court. It was the inmates that helped me understand what happened. The Eastern District Police Department, why did y'all let me see that bull crap? Why y'all let me see that? So, what y'all did to me, and I said it last night, I had other inmates over the prison, young guys from Green Mountain, all that was telling me who y'all was. Even the people who ran the market. I was trying to shut up. Because I seen the bullshit y'all was doing. Why would you do that, bro? Why would you do it? And man, you would talk. And I told you because you gave Dre permission to knock down my back door twice. And I said you gonna fix my damn door. That's why you created them charges on my ass. Because I told you, I reported you to your supervisor twice. See, I couldn't tell y'all all of it, right? How about while I was locked up? Y'all had my niece. Y'all had somebody come in there and stick my niece up. That's why I told my lawyer, I said, this bigger than what you realize. The Eastern District Police Department, y'all a bunch of nasty motherfuckers. I don't trust none of y'all no more. I don't even want to have a conversation with the police. That's why I moved away from the building. Because I realized anytime y'all come in and I can tell y'all who I am and that shit doesn't matter. I can tell you what I do. And the only thing on y'all mind, what law did you break? What law did you break? None. So I shut my mouth. Because I started realizing that's all y'all was there for, to try to find out who did what and why. But you didn't want to hear the truth. So I knew right then and there I needed to go home and stay home. And now they down there, from what I was told, selling smugs out the building. Mr. Stern himself said this wasn't like this when Steve was down there. Because I don't play. So I'm trying to get the people out the building that has nothing to do with anything. The building was known as the Animal House, and I'm finding out it's known as the Animal House again. And that's what happens when people come in. You call yourself working with people, hire me. You call yourself working with people, Steve Taylor. Y'all supposed to have my back, but you come in and you turned against me. Now, for the structure that I had going in that building, y'all see what you normally deal with? It's out of hand with y'all. I heard the girl was trying to fight you too, Miss Lady. The same ones that you call yourself getting yourself underneath, Miss Lady. You went down there and she threatened your butt. And I heard her brother living in the building, Miss Lady. It wouldn't have happened if I was there. Miss Lady. And I ain't lying to y'all. Y'all know I got this right here. Look, this ignition for my truck. I need to go down there and get my truck up out of that yard. I need to go down there. I called to order me a window. I need to get the ignition on my truck. Look, I might have to go buy some batteries for the truck, but I need to get it out of there. Be honest, I don't even. I might have to take an army with me now to go down to that building. Cause you coming in there, supposed to just been a landlord, putting your mouth in my business, and look what happened. And God had me step back so it could fall apart the way you did it. They're gonna tell somebody you should take me to court for harassing you. Please do. Please do. Harassing you for what? When you sitting up here bad mouthing me to everybody, you don't even know me, Miss Lady. I kind of switched up a little bit if I got y'all lost. I'm talking about the building now. 908. I feel bad for the people because I got a couple of husband and wives in there. They looking for somewhere to go. You didn't know how to do what I was doing. I'm very good at what I do. That's why I tell anybody I do transitional housing. So most of the people I deal with, right, have mental issues. So I kind of know what's what. When they off their medication, I know how to deal with them in that sense. You got to end up breaking through that to get them the proper help that they need as far as getting back on their meds. If I call 911 and if I tell you to tell them this because they're in a state of mania, they're homeless. If you tell them, because they're going to come down. If you tell them, Mr. Copeland said he no longer wants you in his program, they will calm it down where we can talk. I told them that. I'm telling the police, no, we can't tell them that. We can't put them out. I said, you're not putting them out. Tell them because they'll snap out of it. But they know everything. And guess what? It was a police officer that went and told Dre and his sister that out of courtesy. And they snapped out and we was able to talk. I said, I've been telling them all this time. Y'all don't fucking listen. Excuse my language, y'all. I'm saying it to be smart towards the police department. Y'all don't listen. You think you know everything. You don't listen. You don't listen. You don't listen. And to understand this too, they are my clients. Whenever I rent property, I'm the tenant. They are my clients. Don't get the two mixed up. The reason why I don't do eviction because I don't do landlord-tenant stuff. So in the type of population that I deal with, I have to go and get an emergency petition to get them the proper help that they need because I know I can't put them out. You don't want to just put them out on the streets. I said I will come. This is what I told the police department. I said I will come and teach y'all the difference between landlord tenant and me being the tenant and they are my clients. I rent property to put them in.
Well, it's a residence, right? Yeah.
I just needed you to move away from what they taught you. Because if I went and I showed you on your own page where anytime I dial 911 and y'all know the type of program or housing program I run for people who needs psychiatric treatment, you supposed to get them and take them to get the help. It's on your page. And when I went down to the courts, the lady told me the same thing. The judge said the same thing. Mr. Copeland, you ain't supposed to be here. You doing their job. I said, Your Honor, I know. So guess what? She did the emergency petition for them to send it to the district for y'all to come around anyway with the emergency equipment and take them. And she wasn't lying. She told me I was doing their job. Already knew. Each time I call y'all. So as a result of that, I'm gonna throw this in your face too, officers. When that lady, the 70-year-old, responded the way she did and she had a knife, if you didn't approach her the way y'all did and just said certain things to her, which I knew I could have said something to her, she would have put it away. Y'all are not trained to deal with these type of people. Already know you're not, but you're trained to take them down, and that's what you did. 70 years old, 70, and I said I was gonna shut my mouth. I said I was gonna shut my mouth. You know why? Because a lot of y'all will look at me and y'all be like, I wouldn't say this, and I wouldn't say that. I already know you wouldn't. And you need to ask yourself why you don't stand up. Ask yourself. Because I know a lot of stuff I do, a lot of y'all wouldn't do. But you got balls, right? I'm scared too. I'm no different than a lot of y'all. I don't know what might happen to me. That's a risk I take every time when I'm out there. Somebody just sent me a message not too long ago, right? Because I was saying I got to go to court. And they were saying, please be careful because they could be setting you up. I said, I know. I know. Because it hit me when the girl did what she did. I was like, oops. It took me right back to what happened to me 2 years ago with the police department. That's why I had to walk away from that building because I felt like it was repeating itself again. And I'm like, why is y'all coming for somebody like me? When the only thing I'm doing is trying to help reduce a lot of the stuff that y'all get paid to do. And then the first thing y'all will say, I don't like the way he act. He need medication. No, I'm a fucking fighter. I'm a warrior. Ain't no downy, no. Do not, when you don't have the balls, men or women, when you don't have the balls, when you don't have the courage, when you don't have the confidence, when you don't have that to step up, don't tell nobody else how they need to share something if that's not you. If you do it in a little bit more, conservative like, then that's fine. If you know how to articulate better, like you doing a seminar in class, that's fine. But some of us share certain things a certain way to get a point across. And then you got to understand the demographic of people that you're dealing with. Come down Pennsylvania and try to talk to some of them like you do at certain seminars. See how far you get between Cumberland and Pennsylvania North. Come on. Come on. Because I wouldn't do it like that. I had to tell this one guy, don't wear suit and ties when you come into the inner city. Because you will make them feel like that's the way they might have to dress and act and behave. So sometimes I don't mean coming like a bum. I don't come in like a bum. But you got to dress normal, down. They'll know it's something different about you compared to most of the people that's in that particular area. I can tell you that personally from when I stepped in there. And then you stand tall, stand real tall and proud. And then as you go by, speak up to them. Hey, what's up, nephew? Because when you come in and you act bougie, they definitely, no, you out of place. And guess what? When the person asked me to help them run for their mayor campaign, I was telling him, you can't come in there dressed like that. You got to know the demographic that you're dealing with. That's why you got a lot of conservatives. You got a lot of people that live a certain life in the bougie areas and stuff like that. So they deal with the bougie crowd, the more conservative ones, right? But when it comes to the ones that's, I'm gonna say, beneath you, and you might have came out of that. And now that you live in a certain way, it's like, I got mines, they got theirs to get, which is so true. Can you help them get there? You forgot that one, didn't you? It's about what the point about to help them get there. Let them know there are programs out there, even though you might have a felony, right? It's programs out there, job wise. Well, it's programs out there that you can get into where you can get career minded. You want to be an electrician? You want to be a plumber? You want to do HVAC? You want to drive a tractor trailer? You ask them what vision. Like if they kind of young, even the old ones, right? Because I always ask people, I be like, well, what you dream to be when you grow up? You might be already grown, right? But you find out what their desires are, what their passion is. And please don't do like I did with Little Steve, because I forgot. Little Steve thing is soccer. And that's all man, my wife focused on was soccer. Him being that professional soccer player he was striving for. Now it's like, okay, if he losing a desire for soccer, right? What else you want to do, son? I don't know. I was like, shit. So this is what I told him, right? If you want to start your own soccer league, let's go. See, one thing I know about me, I know what I could do. It's just knowing the right people who to connect with. That's all. And when you do what I do, like you're a community activist, you're in the community, you involved, right? So you meet people. I was sitting up here, me and Simmons was talking, and I remember Simmons was telling me when Kevin Plank and all of them came down there. See, y'all don't know about that. Y'all don't know about people like Simmons and Rod Hudson that's get ready to turn right there on Pennsylvania Avenue where that electric company, Northern Electric Company, right, used to be. They gave that whole building to Rod. He told me get ready to turn it into an apartment thing. First, they was getting ready to do a charter school right in there. He might still work on it. I don't know, but I know he told me he's going to turn that, and I said good. But that's why I come on because being a community activist, being involved in the community, dealing with your community neighborhood associations, right? The president, all this type of stuff. You have to know who's who in the community so y'all can better work together to, I want to say resolve. But I mean, y'all understand where I'm coming from. Some things will never stop. It'll never stop. It is what it is, what it is. But the point is, we can slow it down and gain control over it. That's all I'm trying to get to, right? So look, I love y'all, and y'all know I'm real passionate, and I'm not going to apologize for nothing I say and nothing I do. I will apologize when I curse, right? Out of respect for my spiritual brothers and sisters, out of respect, okay? Because I try not to. But when I'm on my lives and I'm like this with y'all, I feel free. All right, compared to if I was at a town hall meeting or something like that, I know I have to act a certain way. Hold on for 1 minute, fam. I know I have to act a certain way, but when I'm on here, I feel alive. Thanks, y'all. Now I had to run to the gas station a little bit. Um, Now the 17th, they having a what is it? Trying to think of that meeting that they're having it at Gethsemane Church on Francis Street. The overdose um harm reduction meeting from 5:30 to I think 8 o'clock. I said I'm gonna go. Because the goal is now to get more involved back into the community as well because of the 17th zone 17 where I grew up at. And it just feel like that's what God had me at. And I'm like, God, I don't know what you're telling me. I don't know what you're trying to say to me. And I was walking across back over east, and I did see some complexes that apartment complexes that I would love to, because I want my own building. Matter of fact, I'm gonna claim that I want my own. So I'm walking back over, and I'm looking at certain things, and I'm like, Steve, stop, Steve, stop it. Stay in 17, stay in zone 17, right? Because if I purchase something, I'm talking about the temporary housing project, right? A complex or a spot east, I'm still going to go west. So I'm like, no, leave it alone. Stay west, right? Because I don't want to be all over the place, and it is some beautiful spots over west. And my whole goal, and this is what I was telling Simmons, that from Cumberland, Baker, Pennsylvania, Cumberland, Baker, let me make sure I say it right, and Calhoun, I'm looking at this square. I'm looking at the square. You want to secure that spot. And when I say secure, as far as the drug smug trafficking, what little that's happening just in that square, you can keep it out. You can keep it out. You can keep it out. Because the thing is, you want to build up and make it an example just right there for what they're doing. The Frederick Douglass Building, Simmons Memorial Church, and what Rod Hudson get ready to do with the northeastern district. He's getting ready to put a complex in there as well. Our housing program is there as well. Well, he said, come, get ready to turn it into that. So that's what they investing in now. But you want to secure that. And you're going to have to use actually like regular police to secure that area. Now, if you secure that spot to make it a good example of how you want it to be more like constructive, it will eliminate certain things. But you got to secure that because you don't want them to bring it in there. You don't want them to bring certain things in. That's the same way with 908 when I was down Valley Street. I had to secure that property. You got a fence around it, right? The apartment complex, you got a fence around it. Nobody's supposed to be allowed in that building but the people that lives there. That front door had to remain locked because it was a secured building. Over on the playground, the only kids that's supposed to be in that little area right there, the grass area, was the kids from the apartment complex. You want to set an example here in the community, even though you got a lot of destruction and chaos and confusion that's going outside. You want to secure it Now, if you don't follow certain rules or you don't do certain things to secure it, then that's when your chaos and confusion gonna come. Because then you only allow certain things in. So that's what I was telling Simmons about, me and Simmons. And when me and Rodney get down and sit down and talk to Rod, our same things. Now, mind y'all, I'm not trying to dictate. I'm not trying to run. I just know from where I came from and how we used to do things. Everybody, you don't let everybody look. Just know anybody come in your neighborhood and try to take over. The same with the Salvation Army. They get ready to come in September. They got a $30 million grant. The goal is to build back up in this facility, add on it. You got to, whatever area you in, you got to secure it and make it safe for the ones that's on the outside to come in. Then you got to have programs in there. So I'm looking at the temporary housing. I'm looking at the wraparound services, the temporary housing, the wraparound services, the permanent housing, the wraparound services. So basically what you're doing, the same ones is coming into the temporary housing, have to attend the wraparound services in order to be in the program, in order to grow forward. And if you're not willing to sign up for the wraparound services to do the necessary things to turn your life around and move forward, then buy. Okay? Buy. And the reason why I'm saying that, guess what? United Ways. They want you to be in the full wraparound service to learn how to live and turn your life around. Salvation Army. Pathway. They want you to do this because they want the women, the men too, women and children, women with children. I didn't understand until Common Sense told me. I tell the women and the children, or give me 3 to 6 months. Common Sense said no, they need longer than that. Because when you're doing transitional housing now, mind you, already seen 18 to 24 months. But I didn't realize for the women, because they so used to the TCA, they so used to the stamps. A lot of them don't want to do the necessary work to break that habit. It's a habit for the little bit of money and what you're doing, because a lot of them are going to need babysitters and all that. So you got to have like a programs, daycare centers, stuff like that. You know what I mean? All of this is in the program. But the thing that gets me with this right here, you can provide all the services that you want, like the workforce development programs and everything. But in my case, because I am an LLC, which I have to do the 501c3 with it as well, I cannot. And that's what I was telling Tracy and all of them. I can get just about any product wise. But when it comes to the funding part of doing what we need to do to help our people, it's like I cannot get people to put the money in to help our people. Everybody, when it comes to business-wise, people with money, I know they want to capitalize. Do not get it wrong. I'm trying to make money too. I already know. But for right now, in order to prepare a certain demographic of people and turning their lives around, it's going to take money to get them to that point. So I have people now that's telling me we're going to sit down, because now we got to come together as a whole to put the paperwork together to send for the money to do what we need to do. But now keep in mind again, we got St. Vincent, St. DePaul, at the Frederick Douglass building, and I have to talk more with Annie. St. Vincent will pay up to a year. They will help you pay. But basically what it is, ladies, and y'all share this with your family. Say like that first month, you pay $100. The second month, you pay $200. And remember, I was sharing this the other day. So I'm trying to bring it up to you. Say like if your monthly rent, we know you can afford, well, figure 1200 for a 3 bedroom. I'm using that as an example for the mother with children. The goal is 100, then the next month 200 to work you up. But that's why you have to sign up for the wraparound services. Because if you want to go back to school, get your GED, stuff like that, or you want to get into nursing classes, stuff like that, the goal is to prepare you with the workforce development program and helping you to get a better paying job. So by that end of that first year, you can actually now stand on your own, but you have to do the work. So they working with you the first month, the 100, second month, 200, the third month, 300, four and up, 1100. Then that 12th month, you're on your own. But by this time, we looking at you to have that type of job where you can actually pay your rent, gas, electric, stuff like that. So it's to get you out of that space from where you at financially. Now, mind y'all, I did not understand this until she explained it to me. I said, "Ooh, that's why God stopped it here." So now, once again, not just Saint Vincent de Paul, I'm trying to get the name out right. They do it, and then I was trying to see like United Way, Catholic Charities. I'm reaching out to them all. I'm reaching out to other apartment complexes that will work with them. So now you know HUD is involved too, right? So HUD will cover because a lot of it, is subsidized. So that will help too, unless Trump completely cut a lot of that bullshit off. But still, it's still money out there. But now, because some of the apartments, I'm telling you, they charging 1,500, 2,000. I'm like, for what? One bedroom? What? And I think some of them doing it because they are accepting like Section 8. So I think, because I'm going to tell you, nowhere in the freaking world, nowhere in the world, I'm going to pay $2,000 for a apartment. Nowhere in the world. Nope. Nope. I only think 12. I only think 1,000. And see, understand, um, nope. And I'm coming down because to me, you can buy a house with that money. And I'm saying this for other people, right? If you can afford 2,000, if you can afford 15, anywhere, or no, I was gonna say, I'm just looking at the house buying process, the home buyers. If I spend some type of money like that, and when me and my wife was together, our mortgage was 1,500. The only thing she had to give me was 600. I paid everything else, and then we had a little land around it. If I pay a certain amount of money, right, two, $300,000 for a house, I better not be right next to nobody. Some people do that. I want their privacy, where my family can go out and enjoy themselves too. Well, my kids are older now, so I don't think like that no more. But I'm just saying. So, um, I don't know. I just know this, right? I am looking for some serious investors, and I'm saying to help me more with our homeless and less fortunate peoples. Now, I just want to say, I get phone calls too, right? Some people don't have money and they need you to work with them. And do y'all understand why I said I had to put a team in front of me? Somebody there, so I won't try to make just decisions by myself. because I'd be quick to say, all right, come on, because of my heart. So that's why I said I have to put a staff in front of me, so we can sit down together and talk about what you think about this, what you think about that. And I have that staff. And I have to understand that the staff I have, they're not professionals when it comes to dealing with, I'm going to say, the mindset of some of the people that we deal with trauma, mental disorder. I thought that the staff I had really understood, but when certain people started zapping out, I noticed they ran because they certain things they didn't know how to deal with, and I couldn't blame them because one, if you're not used to dealing with people on this level, that's dealing with like bipolar, schizophrenic, or maybe they are, but not to this capacity. So I had to realize that the staff that I have now, they are not professionals. So I really need, when we do what we do, I need a staff of professionals to help deal with the ones that has severe mental issues. You know, if I'm going to continue moving in this area. And I learned that with several of my clients in dealing with my staff. Because when hell broke loose for them, it was like they got out the way. And they got out the way because they didn't want to get hurt. So because I'm used to them, when they act in a certain way, I go up. And the reason why I go up, because in my mind, is to get them out of that state that they in. And a lot of times I have to go higher than them to bring them back down. Because they'll start threatening you. And they'll start saying certain things to you. And some of them will act out. But now keep in mind, in my big head, when some of them are wilding out, it's like, okay, here come Unc. Here come Dad. Here come that disciplinary with them. And certain ones I'll go up on. But if I realize you're not trying to bring it down, and if I see that it might go into an area where a fight might start or something might break out in that capacity, that's when I'll do 911. I'll do 911 because I know you're going to end up coming down. Most of my clients do. So by the time the police come and they spot them, now they acting like they got sense. And the police will tell you that, yeah, well, they act like they ain't gonna do the thing. I said, I know. Because that was the only way I can get them to come out of their space for that moment. And then when they do come out, then here go Big Unc. You know I love you, right? You gonna stop doing this bull crap, right? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm telling y'all, this is how I do. I can't speak for nobody else. I can't speak for you. But that was one of the reasons why I said I had to build get me a staff. Because some people, and I would hate to do it if I gotta let you go. If I know you, even though you wild out, I can accept the part. If from time to time you not taking your meds. A lot of people don't like taking it. So I can accept the part that you're wild out. But it's just that when I'm trying to communicate, bring it down. And it's not to go too deep. Most of the clients that I've dealt with, they've been smug, great. That's the word I'm trying to get to. They've been hurt as children coming up. I already know it. And I'm going to tell you this too. And if it's a therapist or psychiatrist right there, they'll understand where I'm coming from. Most of your people that have been traumatized from child on up, they have an imaginary friend. Or they go in their brain and it's a certain comfort zone of or state of protection, an area of protection that they go in, even as adults. That's why you might see people with that childlike behaviors, or you see people speak in a certain way. That's that representative. So certain things I'm used to. I'm used to seeing it now, mainly because of the years I sponsored people too. But the thing is, you got to, because when we talking one on one, say like you the type of person that throughout the years, you will be diagnosed with, say, mentally challenged. You will be diagnosed with that. But in my case of talking to you, and say like you tell me you see ghosts, or you speak to ghosts, or you see spirits, or certain things like that, 9 times out of 10 you do, because of part of the trauma that you went through in your life. Some people have special gifts that a therapist or psychiatrist will diagnose it as you being crazy. But when you talk with me, and I can only speak from my point of view, or from what, say, some of the challenges I went through younger coming up. Because you know how we have that imaginary friend as a child. But as you get older, that imaginary friend disappears. Then you have very, very intelligent people. They use their brains so goddamn much that it feel like their brains about to snap. So it all depends on who you're talking with and who you're dealing with, because some people do needs to be medicated. Some people do need somebody to teach them holistically how to balance this. And because I am not a professional in that sense, with license or degree, and y'all know the side of the brains that's acting a certain way, that's why I got my clients to the professionals, because they study and they know the brain. I can't even find the words, but y'all know what I'm trying to say. So that's why I push them to the profession. I encourage them, because I figured, because of your experience too, but your your profession, and well, I'm gonna say brain cells, but anyway, y'all know how to deal with them much better in that sense. You know what side not functioning right, or what part. Y'all know all that. You know, so that's why I use the professionals. But when it comes to starting them out, and my whole goal, and I just want the professionals to know, is to encourage them, to motivate them, to empower them. Because when they do talk with y'all, I want them to be straightforward and honest as much as they can. So that way they won't come try to lie to you. Then you gotta, you know, wiggle through the truth and what's real. That's why I do what I do, y'all. And for some of y'all that wants to, once again, I'm gonna say this: label me. No, it's a gift. It's a gift, and it's called human insight. It's a gift that I had when it come to dealing with certain people. I just know how far to go with it. And not only that, when I meet people who God had, say like people that deals with angels, people that might study witchcraft, but they might not see witchcraft as evil. You got to understand the special gifts that some people have, because we can demonize a lot of let me see, can I find the word, special gifts that people have, mainly on the spiritual note. We can identify that as something being evil, and everything spiritually is not evil. You have people that practice voodoo, but they might not consider themselves as evil or witch in that sense, like an evil witch. I have talked with witches too, and they call themselves witches, but they're spiritual people. They're spiritual. It's just that they just use that term, like witch. And they explain it to you if you listen. And not just that, if you listen, you can feel it in your spirit that it's nothing evil about what they do or what they practice, you know. But we will, and I'm gonna tell y'all again too, because I'm looking at the six over here. Look up the word 666. Read the definition of 666. Read 666. And I tell you what, for the longest time, they referred that towards like 666, the devil, right? Read it up. Read it. And I'm gonna tell you this too. I'm not saying evil don't exist. Don't get it wrong. When you look at Lucifer and you look at the angel or the person that God created, the only thing he did was rebelled against God. And we made him out to be a monster. And that's the same with what they do. If a person see the good side of you, or you the best thing ever came in their life, and when they see that other side of you the worst person ever came in their life, no, you still the same person. I had to realize that everything God created was good, even Lucifer. He was the one he rebelled against the fall. So basically, what I'm trying to get to is when you know the truth and you go against the truth, you are considered as evil. You're no good, rotten son of a. So guess what I had to understand, family, and not being smart? I know I'm a loving, caring dude. I know I'm a loving, caring, kind, considerate person. But I can be a rotten, no good son of a seeker too. My life showed me throughout the years. And I'm still the same person. Sometimes, do y'all know how hard it is for me when you come for me a certain way not to act out on that stuff? Huh? So I know for some human beings, they're just loving, caring, kind, God fearing people. They don't hurt, they don't cry, I do all that. I'm a crybaby, I'm a whisk, I yell, I scream, but I am a loving, caring, kind, considerate man. I embrace, I embrace who I am as a human being. But I want that loving, caring, kind, considerate man to shine out more than anything else. So if you see me yelling and screaming and doing this and that, understand this: I don't carry no pew pews. I don't carry no knives. I don't carry a baseball bat. I don't carry a car jack. I don't have the machete today. I had no problem back in the days when you came at me playing, using it. I can say playing, using it. That's why I thank God to this day. I've never done nothing to put me behind bars. And the reason why I'm saying this right, I was walking down Fulton, and I was 15 years old. I remember this guy came and stuck our house up. And by this time, we living on Clifton Avenue. For some reason, I ain't go to work that day. I'm 15 years old. He came and stuck the house up. And when he ran out the door, I came out with the gun, with the pew pew, right? And the reason why I'm saying this, I'm walking down Fulton in Woodbrook. Let me make sure I say right, Walbrook, right? Because I get Woodbrook and Walbrook and stuff. And I looked over at the store. Mind you, that was 51, 52, because I'm 63. I was 15, 52 years ago. I looked over at the store. When I shot at him because he ran down Rich Lane to jump in his car, came out and I knew who he was, and I went boom, and my arm went back like this, and I went boom, and I looked over at that store. This was a couple of days ago, and I remember doing that, and I said, "Thank God, I did not unalive nobody." That store's it might be some other owners have it. I'm guaranteed it is still open. And I said, "Thank God, I did not." 15 years old, 63 now. Y'all know that popped back in my head, and I'm walking up, heading for the park. All them houses that was right there, what's your name, liquor store and all of that, right there on Fulton, tore down. I did not know. I was down. I was locked up for 2 years. Remember, I wasn't locked up for 2 years. I was locked up for 11 months. But I wasn't, and then I don't have a car, so I wasn't able to travel like I. And look what then happened over the 2 years. And I'm walking. The school that was right there, they tore it down. So now they got another complex coming up. It's a recreation center. I remember when we first moved around there. But that's why I'm like, God got me walking back down memory lane. I'm walking, actually walking. My feet was hurting real bad, dude. My feet hurt. But I'm walking. And I don't know why. I don't know what's the purpose for it, but I'm walking. I'm walking up Pennsylvania to Fulton, Sonny's and Isabel's, and I'm looking, all of that's like dead now. Well, I'm saying the buildings TikTok,
Unalive.
and I'm walking up Pennsylvania. I looked over at the animal where they, you know, where they bring the cows in. I don't know if it's still open or not. Matter of fact, I might stop to see if it's still open one day. But I'm walking up, walk past Clifton, look at the new apartment complex, cross over, went into the Red Fox, and came back out, walked straight on up, and I did not know. I'm trying to think of the God dang it, you know I'm old. Cause I'm trying to think of the liquor store, the laundromat, the name of it, right? But I can see the back of Rich Lane. A lot of it's gone. So you know they're gonna build back up there. But a lot of it's gone. And I looked over at the store, and it hit me, and I thank God that I did not. I did not. No, because somebody could have been standing down there during that time. Somebody could have been in the store, and I'm 15 years old. And y'all remember that when Richard Pryor was talking, and he said he had did this and all went back, and he said something said do it again. Same thing to me. It was like something said do it again, and I don't I don't want to figure it out. Right? I'm trying not to figure it out. Why is God allowing me to walk through this, go back through this? But y'all know it's a reason. It's a purpose for everything. And maybe just to say it's a beautiful thing to be still alive to be able to travel back like this. I'm not stuck because what I'm looking at in the process of what I'm saying, the process of rebuilding. What? Okay, let's say 48. 48 years ago. I don't understand. I couldn't remember that because my ex is 48. Matter of fact, matter of fact, she 47. She be 48 next month. My daughter told me they get ready to take her mother. They going. Where she say they going at? They get ready to take her mother. I don't think she said Florida. The way she said they taking her mother. Um, they going somewhere. Where, Sienna? Where you say y'all taking her? I don't know why I couldn't add that fast. Wherever she said, tell me Vegas. Oh my God, that is so beautiful. You got chills running all through me, girl. She taking her mom. They taking their mom to Vegas. When she told me that, I thought that sounds so beautiful. But I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all. I be telling them to tell their mother I still love her and everything. They won't tell her. I'm like, tell her I said I love her. I still love her. They be like, no, they don't. But they know, they know. But I'm gonna tell y'all, we had some amazing children. And I pick with my wife and my ex-wife and I a lot, right? Because we both basically raised our own family. So, that's why we clashed the way we did. Because you talking about two kings together, king and queen. But one thing I could always say, no matter what, when it came to our children, we made sure they were straight. And I can say this too, no matter how me and her might have been, she always made sure I was straight. She did. She did. But it was them times where you got two strong people and we clashed. And that's something I tried to help them understand. But like I said, I know no matter what, when it comes to our children, we don't play. Let me put it like that. I know they're gonna be okay. Stuff like that. They grown and they spoiled as hell. But yeah, she just blew me away because when we were talking a little bit earlier, and and she was like next week because they preparing to go, and I'm like, huh? Huh? That's beautiful. Y'all ain't take me nowhere for my birthday, and she spoiled as hell. And she spoiled as hell. But I'm I like to from time to time I like picking with people, right? And I don't like saying this sometimes, Sienna. I don't like saying this, right, because my kids didn't grow up in the inner city. So a lot of times, say like if I'm called to come out and speak on certain things, I don't like telling people that because I don't want them to think that we're much better than them or I'm better than them. So when it comes to talking about like, you know, Little Steve, Sienna, even Tashir, because I love using Tashir's story as an example, when I put her ass out when she was 18 and she said, I'm gonna fix you, I'm gonna fix you, I'm gonna finish school and I'm gonna do this and do that. And she fixed me. And that's why I try to tell people, no matter what I say out my mouth, because I use to share as an example, show me you are better. Well, show yourself. Show yourself. Prove to yourself you are better than anything anybody can say out their mouth about you. And that's what I'm gonna say all my children, even when I look at Kaya, even when I look at Sheena, when I look at them, and right now Ebony, Derek, all of them popping in my head, my nieces and nephews, I am so proud of the life they live. I am. I am so proud. Because the reason why I say that, and I was telling somebody the other day, um, I was my mother's first child who got clean from the street thing, you know. Um, and it seemed like after that, the mold to me was broke. And when I say that family wise, because the rest of them that came behind us, they live a very well structured, well structured conservative lifestyle, and I'm proud of them. You know, I got a little nephew, which I haven't asked my niece lately how they been doing, but you know you have that one or two. But for the most part, um, I feel like they just testing the water, stuff like that. But for the most part, when I look back and I look at my family and the well-rounded life that they live, and I say rather they understand it or not, I'm only going back, trying to give back what I was able to get in mine. You know, provide that better life for them. I just hate the fact because I do what I do, what I do, what I do. I come under attack so much. And you would really think people would be proud. And I'm not saying y'all not. Let me back that up. Let me back that up. I know I come hard. I know I come hard. And anybody that knows me back from the day, they know I didn't play them. But the thing is, I'm not a violent man compared to, know. But this where I'm at. And for me, even my spoiled daughter right here, right? The same way I love, I care for her, her brother, her sisters, she's the spoilest one though. The same way is how I treat the women that comes in my housing program. But what I have to realize, I want the best for them. That's all I'm saying. What I have to realize is I get too close, as a man, because I want the best for them. And the same way with my daughters, I want the best for them. They already know. So I have to realize you can't fix everybody, Steve. But the majority of them, Sienna, the women that I deal with, they show their butts. I wish I had a couple of them there I could pull. I tell them, don't make me take my damn belt off. I'm telling you. I mean, look, they and half of them look their children to me like my grandkids. I mean, they come here, dad tell you, dad tell you, dad tell you. And then look, someone want to wild out, and I let them wild out. Once they finish wilding out, I'll be like, all right, you feel better now? Don't you never. That's why for me, y'all, I told y'all, Rachel, like I said, I had to I had to put a team in front of me because I will, if I'm not careful, because I'm older now. I'm older. If I'm not careful, I will treat them just like they my damn daughters. And then I had to realize, Steve, they not your children. And I want, right now I'm thinking about my mother. And I want the best because of how my mother raised me. You know, I want the best for the women and the women with children. And that's why I said I don't want to knock my brothers. But if you got children out there and you not taking care of your children, they your responsibilities. I remember telling my daughter, when she turned 18, right? Because I normally cut everybody off when they're 18. Because they grown now. They gonna time to get a job, being responsible, being productive, blah 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 blah. I remember telling my 24-year-old that. She was like, "Yeah, right. You ain't cutting me off." She ain't lying. But she about the only one. And Lil Steve, but she about the only one that that's my baby. That's my baby, baby, baby. But all my kids, man, I'm just so proud of them. I'm just so proud of them. And I am going to get ready to get off, but I want to go back to something. I did ask Tashawn, and I'm looking over at my Facebook page. 908 Valley Street. I don't really know because nobody is telling me anything. So I don't know if it's for me to step back and just let whatever happen because that's the way it seemed. But anyway, they supposed to be getting evicted tomorrow. So I asked Tashawn, I said, did they actually get an eviction notice? Not the letter that what's your name sent to them. And I hope you're looking, okay? Because number one, if you did not, if they did not, if they did not get an eviction notice to be out on the 15th, you bet not touch them. And then you talking about CPS 2? You don't do that. You don't do that. And I sent it over to Facebook. It's a certain process that you go through. And number one, because that's my housing program, you got to evict me. You did wrong anyway. You supposed to evict me, not my clients. So the information that you call yourself giving them, sister, you're out of order. So I asked Tashawn, did they get one for the building itself? And matter of fact, let me share this with you too. And y'all can feed it back. You have to have the name of each individual in that place in order to evict them. First, you should evicted me because that's my housing program. Y'all need to understand the law. And I believe that's why some of them said they ain't going nowhere. So the letters that they've been sending me, Miss Lady, you can give them that to let them know, what you plan on doing. You can give them that. Now, if on the 15th, if they not out, and I hope you hear me, Tashawn, if they're not out by the 15th, now you got to go and get them evicted. Each one of them. So you have to have their names and everything because there's other people in there. I want to run this by you too, and I've been trying to be nice. Communities United. Bill Henry and them had a bill created, right? Well, matter of fact, let me go back to housing. I'll go to housing. It's a certain process that you have to go through to do what you're doing. Now, strengthen the community. The Latanya D. Copeland House is in that building. That's my housing program. Number one, you put your mouth in my business, which you wasn't supposed to have done. Let me make that clear to you. And if there's anything that wasn't right with that, you should have talked with me. But you decided not to talk with me. You want to go through my staff and you want to go through my clients. You are my landlord. You don't do that. And I hope whoever listen here, right here, I know you know what I'm talking about. When I talked with Christina Flowers the other day, we was going to bring the news people in on your butt. The only reason why I didn't do it with Christina Flowers because I don't want to put you out like that and your company. You sat up there and told the police, oh, he don't pay me. I don't know how he got in the building, but then you're going to turn around and ask me to give you your keys. They looked at her like she was crazy. Like, what the fuck? And then you sit up there and said, I don't pay you, but then you turned around and told the police, oh, yeah, he pays me. I know I do. Because if I didn't pay you, then the people wouldn't have nowhere to go or stay. Doing what I do is not new to me. Mr. Stern, Alan Stern, said for you and I to sit down and talk. And I told him over and over and over and over. I said, she won't talk to me. It's business. You said you don't want women and children in the building. No, you switched it up and said children. You know my housing program. I deal with women. I deal with children mainly. If you didn't want women and children in the building, why would you work with me for me to bring women and children in the building? See, you critique, you criticize. Why do I have to come on my talk show and talk about certain things? And I text you the other night, a couple of days ago, matter of fact, to tell you I'm sorry that things didn't work out between us, business wise. I do not. I do not. Okay? Mix business and pleasure. I do not. Even with the women that's in my housing program, I do not play that. And I thank God a day at a time. Like some of these thugs out here. I thank God a day at a time. I have not done that. Even if it comes to me doing business with a woman. You do not mix business and pleasure. And Christina, I'm going to hurt you. Because Christina Flowers said, well, you should have slept with her so she'll sign that contract. I wonder. And you are a minister too. I'm just saying that to be smart. Because she bust out laughing when she said it. I said, Christina. She said Steve, because every time I turned around, she was like, Steve this, Steve that. I said, I don't even know her like that. I only know you because of what we trying to do to work together. Christina said, I realized. I said, I know. I told everybody. No, you ain't getting my body. I told Christina. I said, no, you didn't. you didn't. Ew. Ew. Ooh, make me think about ew. Look, I ain't trying to be smart, y'all. This keeping life real. Keeping it real. Y'all might sell yourself short. You got. I'm thinking you got some morals and values and principles you're gonna live by. Heck, ooh. And I'm gonna tell you this. I know your daughter knows something ain't right with her mother. I know your daughter know. And the thing is, you causing me more trouble. You is causing so much chaos and confusion. This supposed to be business. And you causing so much chaos and confusion. Where Devin at? And I'm gonna get ready to get off here before Devin pop up. Because Devin probably in the background looking. Devin said, remember when Angie did you like that? Why do y'all do that? Y'all know I had 4 now. Wait a minute. 4. This is business for me. Now, the young girl, no. But my thing is, I'm here to help you, not hurt you. And anytime, brothers, please understand this. Anytime your woman or your girlfriend or your baby mama got to reach out to another man, which has a temporary housing program to help him and the kids, you ain't doing your job. Okay? Now, I can understand, and I'm just saying this like the husband, wife, they fell on hard times. I can understand in that degree. But when you got a woman with children who will reach out to my housing program for her and her children, because that's how they do it. But then they turn around and say, can my baby father come? Now, if you are, say like, a responsible man, and I got you, and y'all just, you lost your job, certain things happen, and y'all fell on hard times, you're just trying to, stand back up on your feet. I got that. But if you living with mama, you living with your mama won't let her stay with y'all 5 kids, but you can stay. But now she got to find somewhere to go. But you can go to mama house. You comfortable with that? I done had several guys coming like that I used to help clean up around the building and everything, but they was young, and I was trying to help them. I said, I'm gonna stop doing that, right? Because it's a lot of females with baby daddies that's mama's boys, and they want to bring them with them. And I have a problem with that because look, you already got 3 kids, and you're looking for assistance, and then you bringing the 4th one with you. And I'm not talking about the ones that just fell on hard times. I ain't talking about that. And I'm talking to my brothers. And I'm going to say this to you. You should be a freaking shame of yourself. You should be a freaking shame of yourself. To watch your girlfriend struggle or your baby mama struggle. Wherever she in the shelter, she might be in the hotel for a day or two, maybe a week, all depends on the money. But you can go home with your mama. And as long as you can come over, knock her off, and go back about your business. And I'm not just blaming it on you guys, because I look at the female too. This what you believe you deserve. But anytime, and this what I had to watch out to, y'all. You got a kingpin daddy, baby mama. He making all this money, he doing what he doing, but he can't afford to put his family up somewhere decent. So now his girl reach out to Big Steve, right, for help. Do y'all know that Bob was him? Do you know that Bob was the man? Because she's reaching out to another man for help. Hmm. And they don't know later what might happen, but it ain't gonna happen. Because what I try to do, no matter what, like I said, when anybody, male or female, but most of all, the women and the children, and I know the vulnerable state that the women are in. That's why I have to make it clear to them, because of the state they're in. I'm not here to take advantage of them. I'm here to help. When I say vulnerable state, I know if I wanted to go there, I can go where I go, where I go. You know, I know I can go. But that's not where I'm at. So that's why when I share certain things, getting stuff is not a problem. You understand what I'm saying? That's not a problem. And I thank God just for the day. Because smacks used to be like a big, like addiction for me. I'm telling you. And I thank God just for the day. And I done met some beautiful young ladies, beautiful women come through my program. And I thank God just for the day. And that's why I said too, mainly when the women, because normally the guys, we men, we talk. But when the women, I have women that deal with the women. I don't deal with women straight by myself. I have either one or two women that if I'm you signing your paperwork and everything, it's a woman right there. If you coming in like with the young lady, it was two women right there and a man. She was sitting right here, I was sitting right here. And I hope she let them know, because if not, I told them they're going to have to go to court with me. Just in case she tried to show up. So now, the thing is, you running from an abusive marriage. So I'm going to assault you and your boyfriend. And you reach your baby dad, your husband. And you reached out to me for help. Only to get away from an abusive relationship to come to my housing program to be abused. I'm just looking at the prosecutors because I know they're gonna want to eat it up, want to find something. I want to tell her so bad too. Your Honor, can I say something, please? I want to ask the prosecutor. Did y'all look in Google Steve to find out about Steve? Know why I could say that? That's what the public defender told me. When some years and years ago, he said, Mr. Copeland, I want to say something. I want to tell you something. It's okay. He said, I looked on your Facebook page and I found out you're not the person they're trying to make you out to be. I said, thank you. My lawyer told me that. Matter of fact, I just thought about it. Eastern District Police Department. My lawyer told me. He said he went on my Facebook page. He said, Mr. Copeland, I found out you're not the man. They trying to make you out to be. I said, thank you. Know why I said it to him too? Because that means I ain't got to try to explain everything. And that's what I want to ask the prosecutor. Did you read about Steve Copeland? Because my thing is certain statements that people are making, and it's not the first time. If I'm out to help women and children, if I'm out to help women and children with my housing program, do that means I'm an abuser on top of that? Huh? But the goal is to help them learn to live a more productive way of life and not depend on state and government funding as much. But the goal is, prosecutor, I'm trying to hurt them. Well, no, I'm just asking. If you want to know about Steve Copeland, Google me. Google me. That's all you gotta do. Google strengthening the community. Google Steve Copeland. Go on my YouTube page. I got a website. I got a bunch of social media pages. Look me up. Keeping it real. I switched it from keeping it real. Google me. And I'm only saying it right because y'all know I talk too damn much. I talk a lot. I tell basically every goddamn thing. So if you want to know this, I might tell them that. I might say, Your Honor, you want to know about Steve Copeland? Google me. And if you want to Google search me or look me up and everything, and you find out I'm this crutball no good sucker, okay, let me know. Maybe it's something I need to change. I don't know about. Because I post every goddamn thing. Well, you're not posting how you rob banks and how you drive, took the car, what is it? The bank car and all that. Oh, I did. When did I do it? I don't know. Let me figure it out. Prosecutor. Because that's how I'm starting to feel about y'all. Creative stuff. And see, if I sit here and say something like that in court, they probably ready to throw me out in behind bars. Because I will call myself being sarcastic. Because I'm going to tell y'all, the whole tone, when you go to court for something, the whole tone, it's like they just looking for something. It's like they just looking for something to try to find something to just. That's where I'm at with this. It's like y'all are looking for something for nothing. And the only thing I tell you, I'm no different than the ones y'all pay to protect and serve. What you think a community activist is? What you think a human rights advocate is? What you think a community organizer is? We go back into the community and come up with plans and ideas where we can kind of I'm getting ready to say eliminate, but that too if possible. But to slow a lot of this bull junk down that's going on in the city. I don't wear no vest. I don't have no pew pew. I don't have none of that. So I'm like raw in there doing what y'all do. Basically protecting and serving and don't even get a freaking dime for it. Can't even get y'all to donate towards the housing program to help the homeless and the less fortunate people. But I'm the problem. And I have to make it clear to a lot of y'all that my clients that I work with, they are independent. So it's an independent program. So that means you have to have some sort of income. Either SSI, if you have SSI, you have SSDI, I know you only get a certain amount of money. So I know you can only afford a certain type of place. The goal is to get you into something affordable. If you only get 945, and if I can get you in one of them low income places look, if I can get you into something where your payments won't be no more than 10, 20, 30, $40, $50, I'm just saying, for your housing part, right? With BGE and all of that included, that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. That's what the temporary housing program is about. Start you here. And then if I'm renting a property, it all depends on how much it costs. I might have to charge you about $600 for the room. Say like if the rent is $1,500, that's $600 for the room. Then we talk about BGE stuff like that, right? Then we talking about internet services. So I want you to be comfortable. That might add out to be $2,000 a month. And I think I calculated wrong. But if I charge you six and it's 4 bedrooms, it's going to cover the space. That's how I have to do it with the landlord, because I'm the tenant. You my client. That's why we rent places like recovery programs. Unless you done made enough money where you can purchase your own, build your own housing. I'm not there with that yet. So I have to start off right here. I might walk away with $100. I might walk away with 200. And 9 times out of 10 is going right back into the housing program. But the point for me, I'm able to provide that home setting. You get me? It's not a shelter. So I want y'all to share this with other people that likes to ask certain dumb questions where they're not gonna let people in their own house, but they wonder why you doing this and doing that. I don't mind explaining. Because if you come at me like that, I'm going to explain why. Because y'all be like, if they homeless, because they're homeless. Some homeless people, some don't, a lot of them don't have anything. But even the shelters are starting to try to charge them like $2, I think. It's not a lot, but that's just for the night. And then they got to be out at a certain time in the morning. And just to have a roof over their head, they'll do it. And not only that, look at the ones that's going into, they squatting. They're going into abandoned houses and all this type of stuff. So keep in mind, please keep in mind, whenever you squatting in somebody else's property, don't get too comfortable. Don't get too comfortable. And I'm going to tell you this why too. You can look up ways and means to get a squatter out without going downtown. there are people with businesses that will come in and take them out. And the sad part about it, say like if you squatting in somebody's place, number one, you trespass, breaking and entering. Now, if that individual who place you went into without asking, is it okay, or want to be mean and nasty, oh, they got them out there that'll come and remove you. So you jeopardizing yourself and your family when you feel like it's okay to do that. And the same with a landlord. Y'all better read up on some of this stuff. A landlord ain't got to really take you downtown. If they ask you to go legally, it will tell you the process. Legally, listen to what I'm saying, but it'll also tell you too how you can get them out. Because now, keep in mind, when you do it legally, it's going to cost you more money. You got to pay for the process of get them evicted and everything. Then on top of that, you got about 60 to 90 days that they can hang around. That's money you still losing. That's money that person is losing. Read up on it. Read up on it. And you already trying to get money from them not paying you. So your money is not going to be recovered. So that's what makes a lot of people think, oh, I can stay here, I can stay there for about a certain amount of time. But if you keep on reading further down, it will tell you how you can get them out of there without all that. I started to tell his landlord that. Because always keep in mind, no matter what happens, there's a right way of doing things. That's the legal way. And there's a wrong way of doing things that can actually, if it come back to you, can get you in trouble. Read up on it. Because I had to read a lot of that. Because of what I went through with the Eastern District Police Department, I had to dig deeper for certain things. So I can show it to them when they come out and try to play the little games with me. Because they kept saying landlord tenant. I said, this is not how the type of program I have. We do. And to show them, when I did go down to the rental office, eviction court, right? It was the supervisor there that told me. Once I explained to them the type of work I do, as far as dealing with the homeless and the less fortunate people, the transitional housing program, and she noticed I kept coming, and she was the one that explained to me, she said, Mr. Copeland, you're being harassed by the police department. I can give you a 7-day. I can give you 14 because I do not follow. And please don't you ever try to tell me, yes, you can. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I even called the sheriff department to see how they could help me. They couldn't get into it unless I went through the eviction process. So if you don't understand, please listen. And I know somebody that worked with the sheriff department. I was trying to reach out to him personally. Now, let me tell you this. If you have a security team, a security company, I can use your company to get them out. Guess what? When they came out, and Devin mentioned it the other day, I had called Dre, right? No, I called, somebody charged me $500 to remove Dre. What's up, Miss Lady? But anyway, Dre called the police and the whole SWAT team and everybody came out. Dre walking up and down the streets right now. Only thing I wanted them to do was take him to get him back on his medication, with nobody help me, even the police department. The SWAT team and everything came out. They knew who I was because me and the police officers was arguing. And I'm sitting there talking with them, right? And I'm telling them, I went downtown, I did this, I did that. It was nothing they could do. Even with the sheriffs. Look, the guy in the white shirt, you can tell he was somebody higher up as far as the rank of the police department, right? You can tell he was higher up because he came right to me, hey, Mr. Coleman. I'm like, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. And then the SWAT team, these guys got out the car, right? It was about 4 of them. I said, they from the SWAT team. Because wouldn't nobody tell him. But anyway, I told them everything I did. Supposed to have been the legal way. But because I do temporary housing. Yup. And you know what? I pulled a lot of that down. I pulled a lot of that down, Common Sense. And I said what I was going to do. Common Sense just said, she said, we need crisis management relief assistance with mental health issues. I pulled a lot of that down because I said I was going to, I don't know. It's not me personally, y'all. That's why when I said I had to back up a little bit. It's like some stuff that God has me looking at. And let me see, because it's smaller on my phone. I want to make sure I kind of, I don't know, for some reason, um I pulled it down. I'm looking at it, but I'm trying to make sure uh it's giving me, it's a perception versus reality. But it's breaking everything down to me, Common Sense, just what you said. And I said I was going to read and study more because basically a lot of people, we need crisis management relief to assist with mental health. A lot of people, right? I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it because I don't want to knock y'all with license and certificates and all that type of stuff. While it's important to acknowledge that Baltimore has faced, I had to pull some information down in dealing with people with mental health issues. Now, I am not a professional. I'm not. I'm not certified. I'm not licensed. But I have no problem studying up on what I need to do. Know why? Because I'm in the community. I love you. I love you. I love you. She said God is revealing the mental health issues are also a spiritual warfare. Remember what I was talking about earlier? And therapeutic, therapeutic, right? I don't know what made me go here, but I know what made me go here. But the goal of the reason why I was the reason why I was pulling this stuff down that uh Carmen, Pastor Carmen is talking about, because my goal is now from here, even with the housing program, I said I was going to start mainly what happened over Pennsylvania North. I was going to start certain days out the week going back in certain areas, actually mingling with them, because you have to talk with them. You have to deal with most of our people that's struggling with substance abuse. are dealing with mental issues. They are dealing with it. And you have to address the root cause. So basically, you have to go in, take them in. And that's what I do a lot of times when I do my intake, common sense. When you sit and you talk with me, I connect with you. But the goal is, I know it's deeper issues that's going on. So whenever I do my intake, I have to know what type of trauma, rather it's depression, bipolar, schizophrenic, whatever. I need you to put it on my intake form so that I'll know the type of individuals I'm dealing with. So that way, I'll deal with you from here. And thank you, Common Sense. I deal with you right here. And when I deal with you here and I hear some of the issues that you are dealing with, like bipolar, schizophrenic, depression, and whatever PTSD, whatever little issues that you're dealing with. Now, not everybody, please don't get it wrong, because I thought about some of our veterans and stuff like that. Not everybody did trauma, childhood trauma. Ooh, ooh, something else popped in when I said that. Not everybody dealing with grape or stuff in that area. Thank you, baby. Thank you. But look, what I realized too, because of a conversation we had, Common Sense, I'm giving go somewhere with this. Dealing with some of the veterans, and I know you was on some of our conversations. That's why it hit me. Some of our veterans who went into the service, a lot of them came from an abusive background. So they call themselves escaping certain things. And they took that trauma in there with them. And it hit me while I was talking, Common Sense, because I was getting ready to just talk about the ones that's caught up with the smugs, right? But that's not just that. Either way, I Common Sense speaking my language. She said, yes, tap into the spirit and let God reveal the issues at the root of their homelessness. And that's the point. That's the point. That's the point. And just what Common Sense said, right? Um, when I look at how their life has become unmanageable or how they lost control over it, right? But you have to, you have to get to, like she said, the root cause of why people do what they do. Now, I'm going to share this, and I got to do it like this. I am not held bound by, keep in mind, I am not held bound by, and I'm trying to get to the laws of it, right? I am not held bound by, and what is that called? HIPAA laws. I'm not held bound by HIPAA law. So when it comes to a therapist, I don't know about the PRP, but when it comes to the therapist or when it comes to the psychiatrist, my thing is how far can they go? And that takes me back to the root cause. Because when you're dealing with people, you have to get them to go back. And a lot of times you're taking them inside of themselves because they got to go back to where it probably started from. Like some of the trauma. Let me go there with that. And it could be great. It could be abandonment issues. It could be abuse. It could be, but you got to go back. Because dealing with some of the people that I deal with, right? Did you hear me say earlier? A lot of times when people are hurting, they tend to create this imaginary friend or that imaginary wall of protection, which they hide behind. I had a client when I went to get an emergency petition taken out on her. I told the judge, I said, the person that I'm seeing now is like a total different person. So I told the judge, I said, she seemed like she had multiple personalities. And I'm going to tell you this. When you're dealing with somebody and you used to them one way and this other person show up, you can always ask them, who are you? And they'll tell you. God dang it. She said it. Remember when I said that I was see you said the word. She said the other self is for protection. And she said the words, because remember what I said, the imaginary friend. And thank you. The other self is for protection of the real self. And that's what some people have a tendency of doing. When they hurt, it's this other one that tends to show up. And a lot of times, like I said, when I'm dealing with a client, homeless people, and what I did, I was doing it by myself. Common sense. I was doing it by myself because I wanted them to feel comfortable enough. But what I started realizing, mainly when it comes to the women, I had to I have to bring somebody in because I don't never want nobody to accuse me of something that's not there. You get me? So that's why I don't deal with women without other women. The men, basically, I'm all right with because we men. But when it comes to the women, I have to have women there. And a lot of times I can still, because certain things I'll tune into you. I'll tune into you. And I'll say certain things to you. And the goal is I have to make you comfortable enough to share those certain personal things with me. So, and then on top of that, if you write it down, because I'm giving you that intake form, if you write it down, then I know better when it comes to how to deal with your therapist or your psychiatrist. Because number one, I'm gonna work with you, and if well, I was told I can do it, but normally the psychiatrist or the therapist that's my clients. All right, Miss Lady, good seeing you. The If you with another mental health program, and I was told I can, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna read more into it. As long as you signed up for the programs, because I know you need to release yourself. You know what I mean? Hold on for a minute, y'all. I've been drinking all this water. Now, good night. I don't, and I'm gonna tell you, I thought about it from time to time, as far as getting my license, you know, as being a therapist and stuff like that. But because I do have the working knowledge of the 12 steps, 12 traditions, 12 concepts, and not just that, because my journey is spiritual, okay? And I know who I am in the inside when it comes to God. So a lot of the stuff that some people went and they got their degree in, their certificate in, their license in, it comes natural for me. And that's not to knock nobody. It just comes natural. So it's like a gift. So I just use that, to help, encourage, and motivate others. Because of me, being a sponsor, and I had to take people in the inside. And that's that fourth step, where I have to take people in to look at those things that they've been running away from all their lives. So a lot of times when you do that, you taking people back to that childhood trauma. Now, everybody wasn't sexually abused. You get me? It could have been abuse, could be abandonment issues. It could be, when I say abuse, it could be physical, it could be mental, emotional, spiritual, well, psychological. And mainly when people tell you stuff like, you ain't this, you ain't that, you'll never amount to nothing. Uh, a lot of adults don't realize that you traumatize mentally and emotionally people like that. So whenever you dealing with me, you come into my housing program. And that's what I'll end up doing. That's why for me, I have to get to know the individual. I have a lady calling me now, her and her husband and a couple of kids. And she wants to come in. She wanna come in. She wanna come in. She wanna come in. I need your help, blah, 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 blah. But the thing is, it's like you wanna come in right now. Now, I haven't, because of what we're going through right now. I need to sit down with you first. I need to talk with you. I just can't bring you in because I don't know straight out some of the things that's going on or who I'm bringing in. So once I do and I feel comfortable, because it's like coping with you, you get me? So I sent her a message back today to let her know that right now we're in the transition of switching out apartment complexes. And I said, I will reach back out. Now, I got to go to Frederick Douglass right apartment complex because I'm looking at actually getting a certain amount of apartments just for the temporary housing side. Now, this lady with the husband and the two kids, I probably could put them into an apartment. You get me? So certain people, I might not have to do. It's still gonna be based around, let's say, temporary, right? Because I gotta work with you. Because the goal is to move you slowly but surely is this the right fit? You know what I mean? So I want to do temporary, but now because she has a husband, or let me say boyfriend, girlfriend, but they're working, they just can't afford, you get me? The goal is somebody like that. I'd rather have you in your own apartment. But now I'm still looking at temporary because you have to do the necessary work to me so we can make it permanent. And even check this out, even if I bring you in and I put you in a permanent apartment for now, you might want a house. So the thing is just to stable you for that moment, you get me? But I need to make sure you're gonna take care of your responsibilities. Because now we're staging you here. You might say like a year later, once I see I'm just calculating stuff. I see that you're ready or you want actually a house. So if I can see you here, then we'll put you in the house. You get me? That's all I'm trying to get to. But I have to take one step at a time with you. This with my transitional housing program as well. So I have to take one step at a time. Because when you have people that fell on hard times in their life or have become unmanageable or they became irresponsible, you gotta address those issues on why. Then you gotta come up with a program or the solution where prayerfully they won't make the same mistakes again by the time you put them into something permanent. So I don't want to confuse you. But now, that's the husband and wife. You get me? Now I'm just using them as an example. Now, I'm not sure because I definitely got to check this family. If she's saying that they bring in 650 a week, or she's saying they bring in 650 a month, and I'm like, I know she's not saying they bring 650 a week. A husband and wife. That's not permanent. That's not for a permanent house. When the husband and wife. Okay. That's be honest with you. If it's anybody that's let me back it up because I'm raising 650, a husband and wife. Now, if it's a week, you see apartment wise, you see apartment to put them in something permanent. Financially, it would have to switch up. So it's not to say we might can't get whoever that's making the money and on low income, like a Section 8 or whatever, but believe me, they're gonna want to see all your paperwork. Even if we was to get you in on low income housing. Now I don't know how well they work with, say like husband and wife, but I know if it come down to a woman and women and children, it's totally different. If you have an individual like a man or woman, no children, 9 times out of 10 with me, and it all depends on your age, I can get you into like a senior citizen complex. But you know, y'all know a lot of the senior citizen complex now are taking families, right? So I'm just saying this because if it's a man and or woman, I can get you in, and I might want to move away from just saying the word senior citizen because there's a lot of complexes out there for just senior citizens that I'm finding out taking family now. So the thing is getting you in something nice. Because some of the buildings I've been looking at over West, they've been there since I was a kid, but they are secured buildings. And I don't want you in just anything that's smug infested. You get me? I don't. If you dealing with me, I want you to have a decent place. I don't want to put you right in, Uh, and then I'm looking at these complexes that I'm going into, and it's so quiet and peaceful in there. And that's what I want for the people that's coming in. I'm talking about the mother and the children, man. Right. Y'all driving me crazy. But that's what I want. And I'm looking, y'all, I'm walking like apartment complexes that I grew up like Lakeview Towers and all of that. I'm trying to think of the other one at 2525 Utah. I'm just looking like, oh, this would be nice. And then I'm looking at like the basement part, and I'm like, if I can just get this whole basement part, and if it's set up rooms wise, to transfer, you get me? Because I gotta focus on the temporary and make sure you straight through the process of being able to go to the permanent side. So that means you got work to do. We got work to, there for you. You got to do it. But I'm looking at some of the places that I would. Now I'm on Utah Street. And for a lot of y'all from Baltimore City, across from the lake, those three, is it three or four facilities over there? They used to be group homes. Ooh, I would love to have one. For my housing program. I would love to have one. Mm. I can see a lot of stuff we can do out that building. That's why I'm saying, oh, I would love to have one. And then to be able to look out over at the water, and I'm looking at, they got a basketball court back there, and look, I'm over there glancing at the building that we might can fix up that won't cost a lot of money. But I'm trying to figure out too, and I might ask around later, why did they close it down? Because if a lot of y'all remember, um, when we was growing up around that way, I think they had a group home, boys village, girls village, something like that. They was right there in front of the lake, and the buildings are still there. It's just habit. And I know it might take a million, might not even take a million to like fix everything back up. So I'm looking at certain buildings like 908. And if we can have the same facilities here, I'm talking about like programs that I started down there. If we can have them right here, yes. It's just mm. And when I talk with Brandon Scott, might know. He might know. Or Antonio Hayes. I can ask him what they plan on doing with them buildings. Because they might, because of the apartment complex there, and they next to the apartment complex. I just want a beautiful spot, fenced in very well. Remember what I said about the Frederick Douglass? Because I'm looking at Frederick Douglass used to be fenced in, where the parking lot is at. And I'm thinking about, talking with them. So if you're looking at me, if y'all looking at my stuff, we're gonna take a walk around. So, and in my spirit, since I know the Salvation Army coming in September, I want to talk with Amy and them and see can we all come together and have a meeting, just to talk about some things. Even Brookline Department. I mean, the owners of Brookline. So, Now y'all see why I keep my phone on vibrate from time to time. Cause my mind will go figuring stuff out. And then I'm looking at Utah Street. So a lot of y'all familiar with Utah. Back up in the 2400 block near Reservoir, right? A lot of y'all familiar with that. So that one apartment complex, they take children to the three big talk. It's four of them all together. You got Utah Gardens, I think, on that end on Madison Street. Just get ready to click off. On Madison Street, I was trying to see that they take children there. Then you got the two right there on Utah Street. So I know what that one at 2525 do take them. Because I seen some families coming out riding their bikes. But they wasn't melanated. Then I gotta find out about the one where the stores at. But they are so quiet. So I'm telling y'all right now, if we can get the women and the children up in some of these complexes that I'm looking at right now, y'all can't go in there with that ghetto mentality. Uh, uh, uh. I'm telling you now, you can. You can. I don't even think they want y'all up there. All this, no, because y'all ain't coming in back into the building of minds with that. Mm-mm, 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 mm-mm. And you know they can put that in the contracts too, the leasing contract. No getting high and all that. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So I'm just saying, it's some major changes coming with the temporary housing. Telling y'all, telling y'all. And you can get in your head all you want. Why I can't do this? Why I can't do that? This my rental. No, you're in somebody else's stuff, even though you rent it. Even though you rent it. No, no. Some people just not tolerating that. Mainly if you got a ghetto mentality. They don't want you in turn their stuff up. Then on top of that, they want to make sure you pay your bills on time. Then on top of that, you got all these major complexes, right? Talking about big buildings, starting to let families in. Buildings that was there when I was a little kid. Safe havens. So right now, like I said, I'm looking at the families. And it's not as far as the male and the female, the men and the women, singles. It's not as hard to find y'all a place. That's not hard. It's just finding everybody something affordable. Either way it goes, affordable. But when it comes to the women and the children, and I know that for the women and the children, guys, if you're not helping the mothers, a lot of times when you give them money, and I know y'all worried about rabbit, they gonna get their nails done, their hair done, their feet done, stuff like that. Don't try not to worry about it, right? But if they need that extra money to help cover some expenses, do what you do, okay? Mainly if you might have a mother, baby mama, might have one or two kids with the baby mama, although she might have about four or five. Please get out your head. Well, she probably gonna spend it on the rest of them. 9 times out of 10 they are. But the point is, if you have it to give, don't worry about how it goes. My daughter just left off of here, right? One thing I knew, even though I was paying over $1,000 a month for child support, I knew their mother was gonna make sure they straight. I knew that. I knew it. I didn't like it because she took me downtown and I felt like I was this irresponsible man. No, he's not. But it hit me. She gonna make sure they straight no matter what. Right now, to this day, they all grown. And if it's something they want to do or something go down, she gonna make sure they straight. And their daddy is too, even though we not together. I'm gonna make sure they straight. That's just and y'all see my daughter came on here earlier and said they taking their mother to Vegas for her birthday. I think it's beautiful. I think it's beautiful. And that's just like when little Steve had to go to, well, not had to, but when he had to go to Florida to play soccer and all this type of stuff because he was on the traveling team, my wife and the family would go together. I wasn't, I'm gone. Her and the new baby, her oldest daughter, father, they would travel. They would drive. They would drive. I raised his daughter. I picked with my kids, and I be like, "How y'all stepfather doing?" Dad, you was about that. I be picking with them if they don't like it. But the reason why I'm saying that because I don't care who your baby mama get with. That's none of your freaking business. And I'm saying to the women as well, keep your mouth out of other people's business. You might not like certain things, but you can't tell somebody else who to be with and how to do things. Come on, stop it. Come together. And I love y'all. Thank y'all. Pray, keep praying for me, y'all, because I'm telling you, Big Steve be getting tired. I want so much. It's like I want what I want, what I want, what I want, and I want it now. I want what I want, what I want, what I want, and I want it now. And when I say I want what I want, and I want what I want, and I want it now, it's for the people. It's for the people. Far as me and myself, I'm cool. Because I don't have to worry about nobody but me. So I'm cool. But it's wanting the best for y'all. And I'm glad, like my daughter came up, she came on. They don't like being in the spotlight. They don't. They'll look in the background, but they ain't in the day, Mm-mm. Mm-mm. And she's a lawyer. She ain't know I had to go to court. I mean, she has her bachelor's of art degree in criminal justice. So she's working in a law firm right now as a paralegal. She's taking a break and then she wants to go to the University of Maryland here law school. So I'm like, okay, do what you do. You know, that's a beautiful feeling, y'all, because her dad come from the street. That's a beautiful feeling. So I'm gonna tell any prosecutor, you can keep coming for me all you want. I ain't nothing like the man I used to be over 30 something years ago. You can try to flip it, you can try to switch it, you can play with it all you want. And please don't let me go into the part of my son when he went and represented Baltimore City when he was 15 years old playing soccer. He represented Baltimore City in the United States. So no matter how y'all might go in and dig in and want to try to find something, and my past is my past, so you don't want to touch that. Because as a prosecutor, what you will do with me, if you try to take my past and you use it against me, I'm going to forget you are a prosecutor because that's just a title to me. I'm going to approach the human being to let you know you ain't no better than me and you won't like it. And be honest with you, you better not be white and call yourself trying to tear me down. My past is my past. That's what I use today to help people better their lives. Y'all wouldn't like, and I'm telling you, I can tell you right now from what I just said out my mouth, If I was sitting in the courtroom and I said something like that, 9 times out of 10, the judge is gonna say, Mr. Cooper, you can't this and that. Oh, yes, I can. Anytime they want to sit back and call themselves trying to down me for how I lived my life when I was younger, and to show me your life probably wasn't no better than mine. But you'll point out somebody else's stuff because that's what you are as a prosecutor. You want to do what you can to make a person look bad. Talk that bull junk to somebody else. And see how that look came over my face. That's why I said for me, I know how I have to watch certain things. Because I'm not going to let you do that to me. I'm not going to let you do that. You ain't that intelligent. You might know how to play with words and flip words, but you better watch out who you talking to. Because number one, when you got somebody that come from a certain demographic that moved away from that, you better watch it. You better watch it. That's why that detective got mad at me. The detective. Because she was asking me questions, right? And I was answering it. Might have took 2-3 minutes to answer. Then she gonna sit back and tell me, that's how you gotta do it? Say yes or no. I said, no, I won't. How you gonna sit up there and ask me a question and tell me how to answer it? And a lot of y'all will do that. You'll ask a person a question and then turn around and they explain it to you, right? I mean, that's what it's called, right? If you ask a question, then you wait for the answer. You don't tell nobody how to answer if you ask them a question. And then I hear a lot of y'all say, that's how you gotta do it, say yes and no. Yeah, it could have been that simple. But you don't tell nobody. Don't ask a question. Let me make it simple for you. Don't ask a question if you don't want the 20-minute answer. Because that's what Steve Copeland would do. And that's what she told me. That's how you gotta do it, say yes or no. I said, no, I won't. You ask a question, don't tell me how to answer. That's why she went and filed them other fake charges against me. Oh, we know, don't we? Because you want to see, keep in mind, you want to control the narrative. Ask yourself. You want to ask a question, and it can be a real simple yes or no. Some of them are. But you never tell nobody how to answer. Am I wrong? That's because you want to control it. You want to dictate it. You want to fix it the way you want. Because that's why that detective got mad at me. I thought it was funny. Right now, I got 48 hours on. I watch how they, like, be honest with you, I'm going to say play y'all. Us. Because number one, I know they trained to ask certain questions and look for certain movements and all that. I know that. That's what amazed me when that incident happened a couple of years ago and they said the detectives want to talk to you. They knew what was going on anyway. It was 2 detectives and 1 police that was in there. One of the other polices I was arguing with, female this time. She was over there laughing. Because I'm going to tell you something. Because I watch a lot of these shows. I watch how y'all get people in there and you ask them certain questions and you play games with them. And it's stuff that they don't do. But you'll turn around and make them feel like they actually did it. I watched that. Prime example of what they did to me. Did you miss it? Prime example. And see the sad part of what y'all did with me, Shipley. What y'all did. Sad part about it, when you know you didn't do nothing wrong, and what you and Jacqueline showed me, detective, what y'all showed me, and the only reason why they didn't charge me, how can you charge me with home invasion, burglary, on the property that I rent? And it's my business. That's why they didn't charge it, because they knew y'all was dead wrong. They knew it, and y'all knew it. That was y'all way of showing me just how much power and authority you had, you suckers, with the ink pen in the paper. You think I'm not gonna sue Baltimore City for what y'all did? You showed me something that blew me away, and I'm gonna cry racist. Copy that one, because it was two white polices. Tell me I'm wrong. And then me and you talk, Shipley, off camera. Laugh, kid, and joke for you to turn around and do what you did. Oh, Isabel Cummings got your names. Inspector. Colonel Melvin Russell got your names too. Mackenzie Frost have your names. Okay? Y'all made the decision to do this, not me. Okay? I want to ask y'all point blank. How many other black people y'all done this to in Baltimore inner city? Huh? And then you got a 500-pound police white boy in the city. Who he gonna run and chase down? Huh? His belly hanging over near his goddamn knees. So who he gonna chase? Y'all put him in the black community like a slave, like the mass, they got out there to intimidate the black people. Y'all think we ain't know that? Huh? Boy's shoes, he's so big his shoes about to turn over. That's that plantation mentality. And me and him got into it. I got the pictures, I got the videos of them too. Okay. So everything I'm saying out my mouth, I basically got the videos of. And you know it. It's just the point of doing what God telling me to do. And yes, y'all, yes, I caught myself letting it go. Yes. That's why the prosecutor said, Mr. Copeland, we know you didn't do this and we know you didn't do that. Because I know y'all know I didn't do it. I know y'all knew I didn't do it. Even the police report stated it. I didn't do it. Nothing. It was the way he was trying to put it together. But the way y'all did it was to get me off the street from running off at my mouth. We knew what it was. Even Isabel Cummings, because I told Isabel Cummings I was not going to deal with y'all no more. Because my goal was to help y'all, the street polices. Basically, because I knew y'all are in the black community. Y'all are white. You're in the black community. You don't understand the type of demographic of people that you're dealing with and their behaviors. So the goal was to actually help y'all in dealing with, that ghetto mentality. Number one, you got to learn, mainly if you're white, you got to learn to win the people trust. Because it looks like slave mentalities type stuff. You got the white man over the black people. It goes back to the slave plantation. And a lot of y'all white suckers know that. Now you understand why I said I want to shut my mouth. But I ain't the only one to see this stuff. I'm just the one that speaks out a lot about it. What you gonna do? Continue doing what you do. That's why I said, and I might one day, if y'all don't find an excuse. But either way, what you gonna charge me with? Huh? What you gonna charge me with? Prosecutor. You couldn't even find nothing to charge me with on the charges that they had. But guilty by association. Of what? Burglary, women, home invasion, burglary, armed robbery, and assault. And that's not what the police report said. Because the person that gave the police the report never mentioned anything about Steve Copeland doing anything. That's why at the end, y'all couldn't throw it at me. But by that time, y'all realized y'all fucked up. You fucked up. And that's why I try to tell people, it starts with the police report, the pencil and the pen, the ink pen and the pen, because the judge don't know whether they lying or not, and the prosecutor. Somebody say, well, the prosecutor investigated. What the prosecutor investigated? What they investigated? Huh? Home invasion, burglary. Oh, they found out I had the leases on that property. Not just that it's my transitional housing program and business. They are my rental property, right? My transitional housing program was in these two houses. I did my broadcast out of these two houses. Sometimes listen. This is my rental property and business. Now help me understand, how can I do a burglary on my own rental property and business? Come on. Well, see, please do. And then every time I told somebody, right, mainly if you had a property and you rented out rooms, landlord tenant stuff, I said, no, I'm the tenant. I'm renting to property. I'm the tenant. These are my clients. Landlord tenant, I said, I'm the tenant. I'm the one with the lease. And every time I say that, somebody that might have had a property, right, they the landlord, and they did rooms, they try to compare the two. I said, you can't do it. You can't. Then they do lease agreements. And then I would shut my mouth and let people go on just to let them know I'm the tenant. They my clients. Because when I went down, like I said, and I am going to get ready to get off, when I went down to do the eviction, but I explained to the people what I do, they knew about the transitional housing program. So they was the one that took me upstairs to talk to a judge to do the emergency petition. I told the police that too. They kept saying landlord tenant, landlord tenant. I said, y'all don't listen to nothing. Because it's a residential. And that's what I was trying to tell them. You never step up in nobody's business and tell them how to run their business. I'm talking about like a recovery program and all that. You don't do that. You don't do it. But see, what I had to understand too, they go to show you. They might know the laws, but they don't know everything. And I told them, I said, I have no problem coming around and helping y'all better understand the difference between landlord tenant and a program that's in a residential facility or neighborhood. So in order for me to do that, I had to get with the guy that does more of the community stuff. It was a sergeant. This is the community guy, the sergeant deals with at that time Hubert was over there, Hubert PM Smith, any community stuff, right? I had to understand what person does that actual position because the police is not familiar with all that. I didn't know that at the time. So now when I talk to certain polices, I will ask them who does their community outreach thing, you know, department. Because I wasn't thinking at the time. Just like when I was with Will Hanna of Park Heights, we had polices that came out that actually heads up the community stuff. So those are the ones that you basically want to deal with. Because a lot of your street polices, and when I say street polices, I'm talking about your police officers and your sergeants. Because guess what? Back around at the police department itself, they did not know I was going through all that outside with the Eastern District Police Departments, the street ones. They did not know that. And it was some of them that told me to report y'all butts to Eternal Affairs because of the way y'all was mistreated. Yeah. Some people know when your heart is into certain things. And then you got some polices, right, who I can't even find it because I was gonna say egotistic, all this type of stuff, right? But some people know, and I'm talking about officers. Some of them know that your heart, your soul, and because they're there too, is into helping people, doing the right things, you know, trying to prevent certain things. Some of them know, and they support you, but then you got some that will make you out to be the problem. And that's what a couple of them was doing. It was more of them that was doing it than it was. Let me stop. Because you do have a lot more that wants to see the actual work being done in the community as far as crime prevention and all this type of stuff. You do have some, and it's a lot more than the few. It's a few of them that tends to, you know, come up against you. And I'm gonna say this again. I wished I never seen it because I heard about certain things with police officers and stuff like that. So you can sell that bull junk to somebody else, and maybe one day my mindset will change on that. I don't trust them now no more. I don't. I don't. And it's I already know it's not everybody, y'all. Already know that. Be honest, I don't even care to have a conversation with them no more. I don't. If I call you out and I'm starting to realize in their mind, they want to know what did you do to break the law. I'm sitting here telling you what I do, business wise, human rights, community activists. They weren't trying to hear that. They weren't trying to hear it. So basically, what I learned in that process, just shut up, Steve. Just shut up. Just shut up. Because that's just the way they was taught. Just shut up. And why do I have to live like that? to me as a person that wants the best for his community. And like I said, their job is to protect and serve, to build back up in the community. And you mean to tell me it's getting to the point when you have community activists, when you have human rights advocates, when you have, because I was looking when they were talking about the protesters the other day. Now, I ain't talking about your violent protesters. I'm not talking about your people that's coming out to doing rallies that I had to show you my 4 hours. I've been on here for 4 hours. Oh my God, almost 5 hours again. But I went to. Did I do one? I'm trying to think. I went to make a clip off of this last night, but I can make clips on TikTok. That's what I love about it. I probably make about five. Then I'll send it. I'll send some over to my Facebook page, and then I'll even send some over to YouTube as well. I'll do like 60-second clips, and I'll send it to YouTube, and I send it to my Vimeo. Cause like I said before, I know ain't nobody gonna sit there and watch this long. I know that. But to keep it all real to y'all, and I got to get out this mindset. I really, really do, y'all. I got to get out this mindset. And the mindset that I have, that y'all hate me. I really got it. I'm talking about Baltimore City. I really got to get out of this. Even though I know it's a lot of people in Baltimore City that sees what I do, and I'm sitting here thanking y'all, like Pastor Simmons, actually doing the work in the community. Rod Hudson, actually doing the work in the community. You don't see them on here like y'all might see me, because I'm only letting y'all know some of the great things that's going on around in Baltimore City and stuff like that. But it's people that don't do what we do can step up in the community, and y'all will give them so much credit for that little bit of time. And I watch y'all. I watch y'all. I watch y'all. Kenny. Kenny is west. He's further up west. He laid Brandon Scott out the other day. He laid Brandon Scott out. And I told him, I sent him a message on Twitter, TikTok. I said, I'm proud of you. Because he's in the community. And that's the difference. Y'all gotta understand, when you got people that's that's boots on the ground, it's a lot of people that take credit for stuff that they do not do. And y'all will praise them to the utmost. I watched all of them that made comments about the overdose the other day, like they in the community all the time to prevent a lot of this. And I don't want to get caught up in it because you let me send something over there to tell y'all the actual people that's in the community doing what they doing, what they doing, what they doing. It's like y'all don't even pay attention. Now all of a sudden we get somebody come pass out about 100 testers. We've been fighting for safe consumption sites for the longest time. Now they come out with the what's that stuff called? No. Why they came out with that stuff? Number one, it was a setup for it to be an overdose. They got all of this stuff stashed somewhere to bring them back, right? Now the whole crisis center coming out. It was a setup. We fought, and look, y'all ain't even know. I was telling my director right there at 1515, right next to the library. So where they at? They in the library, in the back, for people who want the necessary help and stuff. But guess what? When I'm trying to think of the stuff to bring them back, but we was talking about getting a staff to put over there. I said 1515 because I didn't even know right there where the library was at. They got this space down there with people coming in, going in the back of where the library was at, in between that. And I'm like, wow, look at this. Look at this. And we've been fighting for years, fighting for years. So guess who's trying to take the credit for it? And I wanted to call Ross T. McNutt so bad and tell him what was happening. I know he probably know. Y'all don't even realize stuff like this. I'm gone. Seriously. I'm gonna end this, family. I love y'all. And this the type of stuff when you in the community or when you have like community meetings with other nonprofit organizations where we come in to do preventive maintenance, then I'm only saying this because I watched how the city fought against us so hard, even with the gun violence or the pew pew violence, reducing that, the fentanyl and the opioid epidemic, and to know somebody came through with testers and they had to come out like they did. I said, all of this we've been fighting for years. So now they want to make it look like uh, they're doing such an excellent job in reducing this. So I know some years ago, off of the fentanyl and the opioid, it was about 900 and something a year on that, right? Even if it was 300 and something on the gun, the pew pews, right? even if it was 300 and something on that. Now it's supposed to be down. Y'all ain't pay attention. I just sent something over to Facebook, right? Probably about 7 or 8, right? I was gonna say 10 people been killed unalive. I had to say unalive for TikTok purpose. And you know, when I was looking at that today, I said, "Oh, it's gonna rise." It's not like we wanted to, you know, but this is what happens when people like myself come on and I say, "Hey, we need to come together. We need to do this. We need to do that." I made a statement about how they rallied a lot of our people in between Pennsylvania, Cumberland, and North. Watch that corner. Watch that area. Now they are on North and between North and what's that, Curry Street, right there near the well, I'm going to say light rail. So I walked over near the senior citizen building with the CVS at, and I wanted to see how the crowd was right there. I'll be able to see it tomorrow because it probably done died down a lot more. But in certain areas, they allow them to do what they do, what they do, what they do, to take each other out. And I made that statement over to Baltimore News, and somebody said, "Oh, they further down Pennsylvania too." They not lying because I was down there coming up. But now, mind you, most of them that's on that end. Now, you still have old season. And when I say season, I'm talking about like users, right? You do have seasoned ones down there that's older, that's actually using the hardcore core. You get me? Now, those are the ones that lace with the fentanyl and all that. But you have the younger ones that's doing that. And they mainly selling the weed or whatever little pill they might take that might, but not to that degree where they trying to OD. And if you look at it, most of them are just out there. It's like a place to hang out and have fun. So you have two different demographic of people. You got the ones that's the heroin and the hardcore, and then you have the ones that's more like trying to be more sociable and more conservative. That really has nothing to do with the OD part. I noticed that when I was further up. And those are the ones down there that, as I was walking up, was like, got this, got that. And I hit one of them. I said, boy, I've been out of that game for 30 something years, as far as not doing all that. I ain't do number bust out loud because it's the way you approach our young people. And I'm not saying right is right, wrong is wrong. You get me? But I still understand too. Some people do what they do. But those, I'm basically my thing with all of this is working with the ones that strung out. You get me? And the ones that's running around looking like zombies and stuff like that, they can come out. They can live a more productive way of life. Those are the ones that it's like most of them are older, like me. They could be in their like 40s, 50s, coming up. But if you look out there from down where Upton's is at, and I'm gonna say up to Penn North and Cumberland, most of them are young. But then you got the ones that strung out. So you got two different demographics. Those are the ones that went out. And if you stood over there and listened to a lot of what they were saying, them young guys know too. The ones that's not into the hardcore stuff, they already know how certain things is being set up to take down. They already know. And a lot of them is clean cut. You can tell they just out there to enjoy themselves. They out there to have fun. They not trying to get into that deep, uh, uh, uh oh man, I'm dope fiend mentality. It's 12 o'clock. Good night. Good night. Love y'all. Thanks for supporting me.